All right, so next let's work on rooms, manage rooms. So for managing rooms, let's check our room entity. So we have ID. Okay, this can be auto generated. Then room type ID, room number, and is available. Do we have this is available property on room type as well? No, right? Okay. So here room number and is available. This is boolean. This is string. So for this, what we can do from manage room types page, we can have one more link, and when we click on that, then we can manage rooms for that room type, right? Yeah, that this is what is coming to my mind. Let's see this. So what we'll do first, let's create a page. So we'll go to pages, staff admin, and the way we have managed room types, I'm going to have one Razor component manage rooms. Okay, and the URL for this we will have uh, the same manage room types, staff admin manage room types, then slash, and here we are going to have room type ID, and after that we'll say rooms, thing like this. What is it saying? What is the issue? This red line page. Okay. All right. This is the same structure we are following for edit, right? Manage room types. Then room type ID raw int edit. Let's use this approach only. Is it not changing the color? It is not able to figure out what is it. If I close this page and open it, okay, now it is here. All right. So we have this manage rooms page, and here let's have these two parameters, room type ID row and room type ID. And let's do this here. We can have just room type ID. We will not add anything else here. We will make it mandatory because this page we need this thing to be available for sure. So it should not be in a label. And then in on initialized async, we will verify this. So here we will say that room type ID, it should be greater than 0. If this is not greater than 0, if it is less than equals 0, then we know this is an invalid page. What we'll do, we'll inject our navigation manager, and then we will simply go back to the manage room types page. So this will return to navigation manager dot navigate to staff admin manage room types, replace true because this is an invalid page. Protected override async task. All right, and now we can have our logic. First, let's go to our room type service. We are going to have all our logic inside this service only. So here we will first patch public async task then room array, and we will say get rooms async of this room type ID. Okay, so first let's get our context. So context factory dot create db context, and then we'll say return await context dot rooms dot where r dot room type id equals this room type id dot to array async. All right, let's break it to multiple lines and we are good. Let's add this method to our interface. All right, and let's create one more method. So public async task, and here we'll use our method result of room only, and here we'll say save room async. Okay, and here we will get a room model. And are we getting the audit properties here? No, we are not getting these, so we are good. Save room async. All right, so here what we'll do first, let's create context so we can use this approach only, and then we will check if room dot id, if this is equals 0, that means this is the create case, and then else this will be the update edit case. So when we are creating it, we can check for unique room number, but for that room number, let's add the database constraint for this. So for this room number, let's go to our application DB context. We are in on model creating, and here we'll say builder dot entity room. Here we'll say dot uh, property r dot room number dot, how can we set it? Was some index or what was that? Unique dot it was unique only, but where is it? Use sequence as index as a dot has index dot is unique. Okay, so here we are saying that you need to apply unique key to this, not room type id, room number. So this room number, it should be unique. So we have this database constraint here. Okay, all right, so we are good. From here it will throw that exception, we are sure. So now that means we can directly add this room to context. So we'll say context dot rooms dot add room. Okay, and then for this edit case, first we will fetch this room from the uh, database db room. Okay, so we'll say await context dot rooms dot first or default async, and it will be r dot id equals room.id. Okay. Now let's check for this if db room is null, although this shouldn't be the case, but it's always better to handle these unexpected cases. So from here we will simply return invalid request, something like this. And now if that's not the case, we'll say db room dot. I think we should not change room number as well, right? Because in this case room id does not matter, room number matters, right? So what we should do, we should not change room number. We should just change is available to true or false. Whatever we got from this is available. And then we want to track these changes. So we will say as tracking here. After this, we will simply say await context dot save changes async. All right. And after this, we will simply return our room object. We could use add async here, await like this. And now we are good. Our save room async method is also ready. Okay, so let's add this method to our interface. All right. We can wrap this call or maybe this entire method in try catch block exception ex, and if there is some exception we can simply return ex.message. All right. Okay, so now we can use these two methods on our manage rooms screen. So manage rooms. First I'm going to have a collection here, so private, and we'll say, what was that, rooms. It was not rooms, no, it is rooms. What is this rooms? Oh, page. Okay, room array, rooms with default value as empty array. Then we will inject our I room type service, and then we can fetch these rooms here. So we'll say underscore rooms equals await room type service dot get rooms async, and here we need to pass room type id, which we have, room type id. Now it will break. The reason is it is of type int, but we need it as short. So let's do this. We checked this, and then we could check this thing as well. If short dot try parse room type id comma outward room type id, something like this, and let's have this as toString. All right, now we can use this room type id here. This is the short room type id. All right, now in here we'll use our div class container, and then we can simply show a list. Before that, let's have h1 or maybe same thing, div class deflex justify content center, and we'll have h1. We'll say manage rooms. Then we'll have one nav, not nav link. Let's have a button of type button, class btn, btn sm, btn primary, and here we would say add new room. All right. Okay. So we are saying add new room, and then after this we can have div class table responsive. This is from Bootstrap, and here we could have our table with class table and table striped. Then we can have th, so t head basically, and then we will have our tr, and here we will have first th, which will be for room number. Then we will have one status which will tell us if this is available, and then we have one mode. Oh, is available and room number. We have these two things only, right? Room is available, room number, room type. Yeah, and then we can have one. We should have soft deletion for this as well, right? Because these room type this ID, this will be referenced with booking. So we should have soft delete functionality for this. So let's add one more variable, one more property here. We'll say is deleted. All right. So we added this is deleted, and we added that unique constraint on this room number. So for these two changes, let's add migration for this. So we'll say add migration. We'll say room number unique and soft delete. And on the page we were working on, everything was fine there, right? Yes. All right. So it is adding a bool column is deleted to rooms table, and then it is creating an index unique on room number on rooms table. All right. So this is fine. Now is deleted. That means on our in our room service, room type service, let's add one more method. It will return simple method result, nothing else. We don't have just method result. Okay, so we can have some label string, although this does not make sense, but so we have two approach. Either we can create one more version of this method result. So we could say something like public record read only, public read only record struct method result with bool is success and nullable string error message, and then we need to have all these methods. So I'll remove this generic type. So for success we are good with this only. We'll say this thing. For failure we'll use first two property only. Let's have this implicit conversion. So we can, no, we can directly call success. Here we'll say bool it's success. So we will call new it's success and which will be null. And then if we are passing message, then it will use this as this. Okay, okay, all right. So let's use this method result type. So without this type, here we'll say delete room missing. And here we could have int room ID. All right. So let's add this method in our room type service. So here we'll say public async task method result delete room missing. Then have this thing context. We are generating context, and then we can directly remove this room. So here we would say context dot rooms. Oh, not remove. Actually, we are going to soft delete it, right? So let's use this approach. We will get this room from the database. If this is null, we will return invalid request. If this is not null, then we'll say is deleted to true. Okay, then await context.save changes async and then return true. All right. And now when we are modifying the getting the room list, here we will add one more condition. Here we'll say not r.is deleted. And in save room async, when we are getting this db room, I think we are good. If this is not deleted, then also we are okay. Or let's add this condition, not r.is deleted. All right. So now our methods are ready. Okay, now let's go to our manage rooms. Here we have our rooms list. So here we can have action. And after this T head, we will have our T body. And then we will apply for each. Here we'll say R in underscore rooms. And then we will have our TR and first TD. It will be for room number. So we could say R dot room number. Then we'll have second TD. So here what we will do, we will display right now. Let's display this r dot is available only. Then we'll make it a checkbox. Then third one TD. Here we will have one button type button class btn sm btn danger. Okay, we'll have two buttons here, btn. We don't need to have one edit button, right? Because this, when we are editing, we are just changing availability, nothing else, right? So we just need to modify is available so that we can have checkbox in this column only. So it will be handled from here. So for action, we can just have one button, delete button. So here we'll say I class btn, not btn, FA trash. I hope this should be the trash icon. Right now, we won't be seeing anything. So let's handle that case as well. Here, we will first check if underscore rooms dot length. If this is 0, then we'll have tr td with call span 3, and then we'll have one, let's say h4 with class text danger, and here we will say no rooms found, something like this. And if that's not the case, it will simply not render this, it will render this for each. All right. After this first, let's have one HR tag as well. Now what we should have, we need to have this add new room section somewhere. With Blazor this .NET 8, it has native support for HTML native dialog, right? HTML5 dialog element. Let's try that HTML5 dialog element. Let's try that dialog element. Okay, we'll try that. So for the dialog element, let's add that dialog element. So we can add that anywhere on the page. We are going to use that as a modal pop-up, modal dialog. So it will be on top of page, stacked on the very top. So we are good with that. So dialog, okay. And by default, it will be closed, and we can add open attribute. So it will be in open state, but we don't want it to open automatically. We want it to open when we click on maybe edit, not edit, we don't have edit in this, right? So we want this dialog to be opened when we click on add new, that add new room. Okay, right now let's have anything here. So modal pop up. So let's first see how it looks. And we will need JavaScript to at least open this model, or if we don't want JavaScript, we can use maybe we'll render it dynamically. So app is here. Let's move to this page. First login. Oh, we missed this thing. We need to fix this as well. All right, manage rooms. And did I add link somewhere to this page? No, right? So let's add link to this page as well. And this thing we will have on manage room types page. And here, the way we have added link, the same way we will have manage rooms link. Okay. And then let's have it. And the room type ID, it would be rt.id. Like this, manage rooms link. And then we can add this link somewhere, maybe in the header or footer. Let's add it in footer. So the same way we have this nav link, right? Let's use this same approach. And the icon, maybe I don't know if we have this list, and this should be manage rooms link. Save everything. And let's see it. Yes, we have this link now, but we have some problem, and that problem is does not have a property matching the name, room type, ID, raw. Okay, because room type ID no raw, but we are using room type ID, so we can remove this raw part. And then the design for this card footer, this was coming in next row, but we need this side by side. So let's copy this display flags, justify content between, and align items center. These three classes on footer as well. Now let's see. It is still getting it from the previous page. Okay, it is here. Room type ID raw. One is room types, 3 rooms. What is the issue? Component page staff admin manage room does not have a property room type ID raw. Okay, maybe we need to restart the app. Restart. Okay, it came. Manage rooms. And it came back to this. You see in the URL, it goes to that page, then it directly redirects back to this previous page. So that means it is somehow failing in this thing. So if less is less than equals to 0, and oh, if this is not try parse. Okay, if it is not able to parse it to short, then it should navigate back, and if it was able to successfully parse it to short, then we are good. All right, to save it, and let's try it again, and we are here. So manage room types, 3 rooms, and this is dialog element. Okay, now this is actually this dialog element. It has 2 modes. One is simple dialog pop-up, one is modal dialog pop-up. So when it is in modal mode, then it will be on top of everything. Okay, so we need to make this look like a modal. So for this, what we can do, we can check it here only. We'll add one ID on this dialog. So let's add ID. Let's say dialog only. And then we can use one JavaScript. So console, I'll say document dot get element by ID. Then I can provide the ID. Then we have the show modal method. The dialog is already open. So if this is already open, first we'll close this. So to close this, we can simply call close method, and then we can use the show modal. So you see, we have this modal pop-up now. It is on top of everything. After this, this background, this what we can say, this overlay backdrop. For this, HTML actually provides one CSS pseudo selector that we can use. So that will be here. We can add colon colon, create a new one, backdrop, and then we can say, I don't know if we can set background color. Background color. What if I said red? Yes. So we'll say, let's say black. So we can use actually opacity for this. So we can use RGBA. So RGB for black, it will be 0, 0, 0. And then alpha, so we could use 0 point maybe 8 or 5. 5 is fine, right? All right, so we can use this thing, or maybe for this color we can use this this yellowish color. So let's see what color this is. Uh, Anywhere we can use some color. I'm just trying to get this color. So I can choose this thing. It will be here and we can get this color from here. So this is the color. We can use RGB. So this is RGB 228 14520. 228 14520. Right? So let's use this 224 145 and 20, and then we can play around with this opacity 0 0.8, 0 0.5, 0 0.3. 0 0.5 is fine. All right. So this CSS we can add, and then we can use this uh, JavaScript to open this modal. Okay. So let's go to our Visual Studio. We are on this page. I'm going to add one style element here, and I'll add this CSS. Then I'll remove this open from here, and then what we can do, we have this add new room, right? On this one, justify content, this should be between, and align items center. After this, when we click on this add new room, at this point it should open this modal pop-up. First we'll add one ID here, so let's call it create room dialog. Okay, so what we can do on this button, we can simply say on click, and this is pure JavaScript on click. Here we could say document dot get element by ID, then we can provide this ID, and then we could say show modal. We can have it in a separate JavaScript file as well, then we can reference that file on this page, but because this is this simple thing we are going to use here only, so I'm adding it here only. All right, so when we'll create on this button, it will open up this dialog box. Now inside this dialog, we can have this is going to be a simple form with one, no, two elements, one text box for room number and one uh, checkbox for is available. Although by default is available should be true only, should be checked only, because when we are creating a new room, it will be available. But still, let's have that. So here, what we can do, we can simply create one edit form. And that means we need to have one model here, private room, and we'll have uh, create room model with default value as new, and then we can use this create room model as a model for this edit form. All right, and then we are going to use data annotation validator. Okay, and then we can have our form here. So div class mb3, then label class form label, room number, then we will be having our input text with the bind value as create room model dot room number. Okay, and then let's add some classes. So form control sm, and then placeholder as enter room number. Let's add validation message. Validation message for create room model dot room number. All right, with class text danger. Okay, we'll copy this thing, and here inside this label we can have input check box, with bind value for create room model dot is available. All right, and then one label text which will say is available, like this. And then for this there is no point of any validation message, so we are good. After this we will simply have a button. So div class mb3. Here we will simply have one button, type submit, class btn sm btn primary, and we'll say save or create room. This we should have this header also, right? So before this edit form, let's have one div class display flags, justify content between, align items center, and here first I'll have one, let's say h4 create room. Then I'm going to have one button with class. uh, on this button class I'm going to have btn danger, btn sm, and it should be btn hyphen danger sm, and then we can use this x sign. So this is to close this dialog box. Okay, so on this we can use same on click, and we can use the same thing, document.get element by id dot close. All right, after this we will have one hr tag, and then we have our form, we have this submit. So on this edit form, let's add on valid submit method. Here we'll say create room async, create room async. All right, let's create this method. So private async task create room async, and now from here we have this create room model, right? So for this create room model, first thing we need to set our room type id, which will be this room type id. All right, and we need to convert it to shorts, or we can do this. Okay, no. Okay, let's have private short room type id as default value 0, and then we will set this thing here. So underscore room type id equals this room type id, which is actually short, and then we can use this everywhere. So underscore room type id, we can use it here like this, and then we can call our save room method on our room type service. Okay, so we'll say await room type service dot save room async, and here we have this create room model. And what does it return? It returns a method result of type room. So here we'll say var result equals this, and if result dot is success, then we are good. We can add this room type to our underscore rooms array. Okay, so let's do this. So we could say underscore rooms equals whatever rooms we have already. Then we'll add this new room type which we can get from result.data. We can add it at the very end. And after doing this, we can reset underscore create room model equals new. Okay, let's stop it. Now we reset, we created this, everything is fine. And now we should close this dialog box. So we have two approaches. Either we can create a separate JavaScript file, and then when we are here, after that we can call one method from that JavaScript file using JS interop. Of course, we can call that method, and which will actually going to close this dialog. Or we have one more approach. Using that approach, we can actually we could say remove this dialog from the page. But if we do that, then when we will click on this show modal, then we need to add this dialog box back on the page. So instead of doing this, I think created a separate JavaScript file makes more sense, because now we are having some different things. Oh, let's create that. And because we are dealing with JavaScript interop, so we need to make this page interactive. So here I'll use render mode. New interactive server render mode, and we don't need pre-rendering, so pre-render false. All right, now let's create the JavaScript file. We can create it as a module for this particular page only, or we might need this dialogue related stuff on some other page. I don't know right now, because I have not pre-planned this video. I don't know what is going to happen. Maybe we need this dialogue functionality in somewhere else, so it's better to create a global JavaScript file. So let's create where should I add it? No, in www root js add, and here I'm going to create a new item. Let's use this compact view. Yes. Okay, now here I could say common.js. Common.js. Okay, and here I'm going to add this on window object, and here I'll say show model, and it will be a function which will get uh, dialog id, and from here we will say document dot get element by id, this dialog id dot show model. All right, then I'm going to copy this, and here I'll say close model. Same dialog ID, and on this I'll say close. We are good. Save everything, and let's reference this common.js sorry, on our main layout or maybe app.razor page. So let's go to components, app.razor. At the very end, after main.js, we'll add this common.js. Okay, now we can reference these from our manage rooms page. Here we will inject IJS runtime. So JS runtime, and then we can call this when we are here. So when we are using task create room async, after when it is successful, then we can simply say await JS runtime dot invoke void async, and then string identifier, which will be window dot close modal, and then ID of the dialog. So because we are using it a couple of time in here, so what I will do, I will simply create a constant here. So private const dialog ID, dialog ID, and let's use this dialog ID, create room dialog, and we'll use this here also, dialog ID, dialog ID. Okay, string is missing, const string dialog ID, like this, and then we can use it here as a parameter argument for this method, window.close, and we are good. Now it will close this dialog box. All right. Okay. And now we are using this close and this show model. So now as we moved these methods to JavaScript file, so we can simply get rid of these now, and we can use the Blazor event handlers. So on this, add new room. Let's add one on click method. This is Blazor, and here we will call open create room model, and on this one we will say close uh, room model as open create room model and close room model. Okay, let's create these two. Oh, this should be at the rate on click. We need Blazor's on click method. All right, let's create these two methods here. So private async task close room model, and we can use this thing here, and we can call this close room models from this create room async, because now we have one dedicated method for this, like this. Same thing, we will create open create room model, and here we'll say window dot show model with this same dialog line. And now I think we are good with all these functionalities. All right. All right, let's try it out. So everything should work now. We should be able to open this dialog, and we should be able to add the room number and this, and it should save and update in the list. Let's see. Okay, app is here. Manage rooms, manage room types, no room types found, add new room. We can see this, and it is not looking that good, but we can make it bigger. So right now, by default, this this dialog, it takes the width and height whatever it content requires. So right now the content is this create room and this cross button. So whatever space these two section needs, it is taking that much of space. All right, we can just simply have some min width so that it looks better. Maybe can we have this width on dialog? Let's say min width and 200 pixel. Now, yes. All right. So maybe 250. How would 250 look? Yeah, 250 is fine, right? So let's use 250. 250 is good. We have all this section room number and the room number is available and then create room. All right. First, let's add this min width 250 on our dialog. So style min width 250 px. All right, save it. And on this H4, let's add margin 0 as well, M0. So save everything and let's check. Okay, we are here. We will create room. We will get this. Okay, we should have at least this much of width by default, right? Because this when this error came, it changed its width. So let's see how much width this is right now. It is this one 285. So we can do this. Let's have 300. Let's have 300. Okay, we'll use 300. Then we are good. Create room. We have this model. We have this error. So here, let's use, I don't know, 101 is available. Yes. Create room. We created room and we have this 101 and true and this delete button. So that means this thing is working. All right, so we are able to create the room and we are able to populate that room in this table, this grid. Now next thing what we need, this true. It should be one checkbox. Okay, and we can change the availability of that room using checking or unchecking the checkbox from here on. Okay, so let's do this next. All right, but first let's make it 300. Save everything and we are good. All right, now for this we are good with this form. This is available. We need to have some logic here. So first we will check if r dot is available is true or it is false. Okay, so we'll wrap everything inside a label. Okay, and one thing, this dialog actually, this is nothing to do with .NET 8 Blazor right now because we are not using anything. What .NET 8 gives us, we can actually add, we can use on close and on cancel. These two event handlers we can use on this dialog, but we are not using these two, so there's nothing which we are getting from .NET 8 for this particular case, right? Because we are not using these two events. All right, so it will work previous earlier versions as well. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we have this if r dot is available is true, we will simply have input okay, input type checkbox Okay, I don't know what bootstrap classes we can apply, but input type checkbox, and on this we can use on change event, and we'll use this something like maybe handle available, or let's say handle is available change. Okay, and we need to pass, let's pass this complete R object, which is this room object. Okay, and then we will have one span here with the class text uh, success, and it will be available yes. And on this checkbox we can use checked directly, because oh sorry, this is not checked, so we will not add checked attribute. Then let's copy these two things, add inside this else part, and here we will use this checked attribute, which is HTML5's attribute, which will say that this checkbox is going to be checked. If this is checked, that means this is not available, or it should be okay. How we should go with, if this is available, or the text is confusing. If this is available, checkbox should not be checked, or should it be checked? Huh, is available. Okay, right now let's do this, then we'll see on the UI, then we might think something. So first let's create this method handle is availability change. Let's stop this and let's go to the bottom and create this private async task handle is availability change. It will get room object, and we are good. What we should do? We should do room dot is available equals opposite of room dot is available. Right now it is UI only. We will save it to the database, but right now I just want to see from UX point of view, this checkbox and this thing, how is it looking? Is it making sense with this yes, no, and the checkbox status? Log out, log in, log in, manage rooms, true, yes, no. So is available. If this is yes, the checkbox should be unchecked. And if this is no, we will say is available, no, and this checkbox I cannot think of right now, so I'll go with this approach only. Let's remove true false and make this no to red. So let's remove this is available, and let's change this text success to text danger. All right, after that, in this handle is available change, we are modifying this thing. After that, so we are using doing this optimistic change. We are thinking that it will be saved without any problem. Now let's do this. Uh, do this thing, the same thing we are doing in create room async. So here, this time we will say save room async, and in this save room async, we should have already added this condition. Yes, ID and everything. We will just change is availability. All right. So is available we modified. Then let's save this room to database. If this is success, underscore rooms, we don't need to change anything here. The reason is we are using this reference, so it will automatically be changed. We don't need to modify the create room model. We don't need to do anything with close room model because we are not using model for this. So we are good. So if this is success, we don't need to do anything. If this was not successful, then we just need to revert this. That because this did not get changed, right? All right. So I think this is also fine now. This is done. Hmm. All right. Let's try it out. It should complete this page. No, we have delete as well, right? Soft delete functionality. We need to work on that as well. And it is here. Manage rooms, manage this. We have this yes, no. If we refresh it, we should see no, yes. That means it got saved in the database. Yes. So this is also working fine. All right. Let's create one more. So here I'll say 102 is available. No. It got created. No. Yes. Yes. This text is available. When we say yes, okay, I think, okay. So do let me know in the comment if you think this is correct or we should have checkbox for other status. That means for yes, if it is available, this should be checked, and if it is not available, or maybe we can change this action. Okay, I'm not going to touch it. I leave it like this only. All right. And then manage room. So right now we don't know what room type we are managing rooms for, right? We know the ID is 3, but what this 3 ID 3 represents, which room type, we don't know. So maybe it would be good if we can at least add that that room type name here. So let's fetch that as well. Okay. So for that we have two approaches. Either we can make one more request to the backend to fetch the room type name for this ID, or maybe we can use one more name approach. We can, because on previous page, this manage rooms, we have room name and we are creating this link. So from here, we could maybe pass this room name as a query string parameter. Okay, so let's do this approach, query string parameter. Because this URL is not going to be, let's say, will not be public, and this is not going to be typed by user. So they don't have to remember everything. Okay, so it will be generated from here only. So let's use this approach. And if you are not okay with this approach, you can always follow the other approach I told you. That is, we have this room type ID here in on initializing. We are getting the rooms list. At this time, you can make one more call to our room type service, and you can fetch the room name, room type name on the basis of room type ID. All right. So what I am going to do, I will go to the manage room types, and here manage rooms link. I am here, so I can add this. Then I'll say room type name or just name equals. We can have uh, rt dot like this, and then we can use this name query string property to fetch it on this page. So here I'll add one more public string name. This will be parameter, or we could supply parameter from query name, and we can use this name. Let's have default value as blank. And then when we have this h1 here, we can have a small tag and we can display that name here like this. Save and let's run. Let's check this, manage rooms, and we can see this. All right, so it looks good. Now we know that we are setting this for first room. All right, so everything is fine. Now next we'll work on this delete room functionality. Okay. All right. So for this, let's use on click equals here. We will say delete room async and we'll pass r.id, room id. Okay. Then let's create this method. So here we'll say private async task and async int id, which is room id. And then what we can do, we can check if var result equals await room type service dot, we have delete room async and this id, and it gives us method result. So here we can check if result dot is success. If deletion is successful, then we can remove this particular item from this table. That means from this list. So we need to remove this particular item. So it will be better if we pass this complete R object to delete room async. So here instead of ID, we will get room, and then to this delete room async, we will pass room.id, and from this array underscore rooms dot uh, remove from array, we can, yeah, we can get all the enumerable things. So we have remove on enumerable, right? Dot to list dot remove. Oh, remove is only on list, not enumerable. Dot. Okay, let's check which method we can try. Hmm. Okay, looks like, all right. So what we can do? Maybe let's roll back to ID only. We will remove this using the ID only. So we'll modify this array basically. What we'll do? So ID r dot id fine. Here what we'll do? We'll simply say rooms equals rooms dot where r dot id is not equals id dot to array. All right, so we are modifying this underscore rooms. We are simply removing this. Now what if we got some problem from this result or from this result? Okay, so we need to somehow display some alert. So on this page we are using JavaScript JS runtime, so we can use JavaScript alert. Yeah, let's try that only. So if it is not success, if it was success, we'll simply return from here when we are modifying the is available, change that thing. Mhm. If that's not the case, we will say await js runtime dot invoke void async, and we'll call window.alert, which is actual alert method. And here we can provide message, so that error message, it will be result dot error message. If somehow we could not get this error message, we will say uh, error in changing room availability. Alright, let's copy this, and same thing we'll do here for delete room async. First we'll return from here, then we'll say window.alert and error in deleting room. Alright, same thing we should say for this create room alert async. So we'll return from here, and if that's not the case, we'll say window.alert error in creating room. Save everything, and I guess we are good. Alright, let's check this delete functionality. It should work. Okay, let's run and let's check. Apps, app is here, login, manage rooms. Come here, we have room type. No, yes, let's remove 102, and it got removed. If I refresh it, I should see this same thing. Alright, so let's use 101 because this room already exists. If we create this, we got this. An error occurred while saving the entity changes. See the inner exception for details. And this is very bad. Error message. This does not provide any further details. But we know what the issue is. Uh, and where is an error occurred for this inner exception? So what we can do in our service, although we have that database constraint, which we can check that thing here also. So what we'll do, we'll check if so we'll say if await context dot rooms dot any async r dot room number equals this room dot room number. If that's the case, we are going to return room number exists already, something like this. Okay, and let's do the same check for, oh no, for else part we don't need to make this check because we are not modifying room number, so we are good. So with this we are good. But here's the thing, ex.message, what we can do, we can first check if e dot it has inner exception, then we'll get message from inner exception. If we does not have this message, then we'll return ex.message. All right, so let's run it again. This time we should see user friendly message, error message. If we'll try to create the room number which exists already. Okay, let's wait for app to come here. manage rooms and add new room. 101, create room number exists already. Okay, all right, let's go back. So let's have one back button here as well, to which will move us to manage rooms page. All right, so on this page where we have this manage rooms and all this h1 here, let's first have one nav link with href with staff admin manage room types class. Inside this we will have I tag. We will have one icon, so fa arrow left. I hope this icon exists. And after this we'll have this manage rooms and then this thing. All right, let's have mr margin right or me. Yes, me2. So we have some margin here. And let's have btn sm btn default. Save everything and let's see how it looks. So we have this back button. Okay, and if we tap on it, it will navigate us back to the manage room types page. All right, I think we should have some indication here that what this icon means, right? Okay, let's go to our manage rooms page, manage room types. And here where we have this list, here we will say rooms, because manage rooms it will take much space, but we have a very small space, so let's have this only rooms. Let's have some spacing between these two items. So small, we could have class and ms, which is margin start 2. Save and we are good. Okay, so there are no rooms in this, so we'll create a new room. Let's say 201. We have this. 202 is available, yes. 204, okay. 205, okay. We have these rooms here. If you go back, come back, yes, we have these 4 rooms. Let's make all these available. Error in changing room availability. There is some error. If I refresh it, okay, it got updated, but still we got that alert. Why we got that alert? We might be missing some return statement. This, okay, okay, we are doing it wrong. Here we are checking if result dot its success is false. In that case, we should do this. We should not return from here. We should do this. If it was successful, we don't need to do anything. Okay. All right. So I think we are done with this page. We have back button, we have add, edit, check, and then delete functionality. We have all the functionality added, right? Okay, first let's close all tabs. And now let me check what we can work next. Let's check our header, what all options we have on header nav menu basically. So we are working on this staff admin context, we have manage bookings. So right now we cannot work on manage bookings, as for this to work, we need the front public facing pages ready so that guest can create booking. Then we have manage rooms. This we just finished. Add a new room type, manage amenities. We are done with these three things. Manage bookings will work later. Now we have this manage staff, which also comes under admin. Okay. So for this, let's let's work on this manage staff. So here what we will have one list of staff users, and then second thing, we need to add or update staff user from this section, and admin can manage that thing. Okay, so for this, let's have URL something like admin slash manage staff. Okay, or maybe let's create one more page here. We'll say new. Here we'll say add new staff. Okay, or let's say add staff. All right, let's work on these two pages. So these, let's group them in our pages folder. I'll create one more folder. You don't need to create this folder if you don't want it. I just love to group these things. So here I'll have admin, and in here we need two pages, one for manage stuff, one for add stuff. So first razor component manage stuff. Okay, and the URL would be this. So here I will say @page, and then let's add this, then create new razor component, save stuff, and the URL would be this, @page, and then this thing. All right, and on this one we will work on edit stuff as well. So for this we'll use this, let's say id of type int and slash edit. Sorry. Now we will need these two pages can be accessed by admin user only. So that means we need to add authorized attributes on these two pages. So instead of adding these on these two page label, we can simply create one underscore imports file inside this admin folder. So that is also a benefit of creating a separate folder, grouping them. So imports.razor, I'll simply say attribute authorize attribute authorize, and in this authorize we can provide roles. So the role we are allowing is admin only. Okay, so for these two pages the admin will be the role, and we can set one more thing, that is layout. So at the rate layout, for these the layout will be admin layout. Okay, cool. Now we can work on these two sections, manage stuff and save stuff. The first thing we will need service for this thing, right? So let's go to services folder, and here I'm going to create a new class, and this I'll call staff service. Then we'll have our constructor in which we will inject our db context factory, idb context factory of type application db context. factory. All right. And then we can create a private read-only field for this to use. Yeah. Now we are registering user on the uh, register page, right? Let's check that register page. So components, account, pages, register.razor. So here what we were using this, okay, we were using all these things. So we need to use all these things to create our user in our staff service. So let's do this. All this logic, let it be in the, so, okay, let's change this staff service name to user service. Okay. And then because on the register user we are using this, so what will be changed? This role type is going to be changed, right? And designation is going to be changed. These are the only two additional fields, right? So for registering the public register page, from there the register user will be of type guest, but from our admin section it will be of type staff. So we can pass this type from the client or consumer of our method only, right? And all this logic, adding role, saving the setting username, email store, email is sync, create is sync, all this section let it handle by our service only. Okay, so what we will do, we will use uh, user manager, user store, these two things. Hmm. Let's inject these two things. Sorry. So user manager of type application user, we'll say user manager, and then I user store. I user store of type again application user, user store. All right. Okay. Now we will create a method here. We'll say public async task method result of type, let's say application user, and here we'll say create user async, and we'll get application user as a parameter, and we will get, no, we are not auditing this, who created this, right? All right. So in this create user async, let's copy this logic, this much logic. So here we'll have this logic. Let's rename all these. So this will be underscore user store. Then this will be underscore user manager. And then input.email. Instead of this input.email, we'll use user.email, user.password. We don't have it. So when we are creating the user, at that time, let's get additional values also. So we'll get string user, or let's say email, and string password, and bool, it will be remember me, by default false. So let's use these things here. So email, then again email, and here we'll use password, and this will be underscore user manager, and this is the role which we can get from this user only. So we'll say user dot role name. If that is null, then we can use default guest. And identity errors, let's see what is the type of identity errors. It is an enumerable of identity errors, right? So instead of this, how we are displaying these identity errors on the UI? Identity errors. Okay, in the message, we are generating it like this. So let's do this. Let's return this thing directly from there, right? So if we have identity errors, we'll do this. Here we know this is not null. We'll use this. So result dot errors, like this. We'll say return. All right. Same thing we'll do from here, like this. Okay. Get email store. This is missing. Let's get this method from here. We'll get email store. So let's have it on here only. So it will be underscore user manager underscore user store. All right, we are good. All right, so if everything was fine, everything was success, then we can simply return our user back. Now let's use this method on our register page. So for this, first what we'll do, we'll extract an interface for this user service, add to current file only. All right, then we'll register this in a program.cs. We'll register it as transient only. Add transient I user service, and we can go to our register.razor page, and we can simply remove these things. Instead of these, we will inject our I user service. We'll call it user service, and then let's use it in here. We will remove all this much section. Here what we'll do, we'll say var result equals await user service dot create user async. Then we'll provide application user, which is this user only. After that, email, so input dot email, then password, input dot password, and then remember me. So input dot, okay, here we don't have that remember me field, so we don't need to use that, right? Yeah, let's go there. Let's remove this remember me flag. Remove this remember me. We don't need this. We need this on sign in login page only, not on register page. All right. Let's come back and we are good. Now we'll check if result dot is success. Then do whatever we were doing, which is this thing. If this is not success, then we have some error. Okay, and that error will be, we will be getting the actual error from there. So this private nullable string message, let's use this like this. Now we are making this a field. So let's rename this message, and we are not using these identity errors anymore. We can remove this, and this message we can say search it message. So here we could say underscore message, and then in here we could say this will be underscore message, and this underscore message we will get it from result dot error message. All right, and then we'll directly return from here. We will not continue further, which means we are logging, and then we are redirecting to login. This thing we are not doing. All right, after that we have this create email store. So let's remove this thing as well, and our register page is fine with these changes. All right, let's use this same method for our creating a new staff member. Let's clean this up, remove all these commented out code. So remove, and let's try to create a new user, normal user. So we'll see if we are able to create, still register a user. Okay, app is here. Let's log out, go to login, and let's fix this thing as well. Uh, let's go to components, account, pages. We have underscore imports. We have this account layout, and if we go to this accounts layout, where is it? Account layout. Here we have directly have this body. So after body, we need to have that newsletter. Okay, so save it, and we can see this register new user. Here I'll say uh, user John Doe John at email.com, some random contact number, password John at 1234, John at 1234, and let's add breakpoint here in register user, this method, and our create user async. Let's add breakpoint here as well. Okay, so I'm registering. It came here, created user, set all these details, went to this user store, this thing is fine, add to role, return user, we have user now, everything is fine, we'll continue, and it is fine. We got redirected to login page. That means register functionality is working. All right, let's continue. So create method is done in our user service. Now let's what is it? All right, now what we'll do, we'll create one method to show the list of staff members. So, or maybe let's create a generic method, a parameterized method, so that maybe we can show list of guests also, right? So let's create this public async task, and it's better to create a subset of this application user, because we don't want to display each and everything which we have in this application user, right? So what we'll do, in our models, let's create one more model, new class, or maybe we can use simple record. Here we'll say user display model. Okay, and here we can make it record, and then we need ID, we need name, we need email, and we need role. So we'll say role name, and we need something else. We'll see if we need something else. We'll simply add that to this record, right? So let's use this in our service. So user service, the return type is going to be array of this. Okay, and here we'll say get users async. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll pass uh, the role maybe, right? So we'll say role type, and maybe let's use this nullable. So nullable role type, all right, with default value as null only. Okay, all right. Now let's create our context. So using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context, and then we'll generate our query. So here query is going to be context dot users, or now we have a situation. We have user manager, right? User manager dot, can we access users? Yes, we can access users directly from here. Returns an iQueryable of users if the store is an iQueryable user store. All right, so that means we can get the list of these users using this. So we don't need context in this case. That means, right? So here we'll say var we are generating a query, a queryable basically. Now we'll check if this role type is null, or let's say if it is not null, then we'll add some condition to this query. Okay, and then that condition can be we can say string role name equals, we can say role type switch, or maybe we have these role types directly, right? Direct role type dot to string, we can use this. Yeah, okay, let's do this. So we'll say query equals query dot where u goes to u dot role name equals this role type dot to string, like this. All right, now from here we can directly return await query dot, we'll say select, and then we will return our user display model. Okay, using u dot id. Okay, and this id is going to be of type string, not integer. So this should be string. Save u dot id, u dot name, or we could say full name, u dot email, then u dot role name. All right, dot to array async. Cool. So now we have list of all users. We will add paging to this, but right now let's be it like this only. Let's add this method to our interface. Now our this method get user async is ready. Then we have this create user async. Now we need one more method, that will be update the user, right? So for this, public async task method result, and here we'll say update user async, and then what we need, we will get application user like this. Okay, so that means use application user directly. So okay, let's see what we can have. Or before updating, do we need getting a single user details to edit, or the things we can modify are just name, email, and what else? Oh, we have designation and all those things as well, right? First name, last name, role name, contact number, designation, and image. So I think we should have all these fields in our display model, right? So first name, last name, role name, we already have these. Then comes contact number, designation, and image. Let's have all these uh, columns. All right, so what we'll do, let's go to this user display model. Let's add these as well. ID, name, email, role name, string, contact number, and then string, in a label string actually, designation. All right, that's all. So here we'll say after role name, we will say u dot contact number. Then we will have u dot designation. Okay, let's first work on list and create, then we'll work on edit and delete. And for this also we should have soft delete only, not the permanent delete, right? Okay, we'll work on it later. Let's first work on list and creation. All right. So let's go to our pages. We have already registered this iUser service. Then we will go to our save stuff and manage stuff. So let's first work on save stuff. And inside this ID is going to be string. So we can remove this thing. For this save stuff, for new, we can have, okay, so should we have, do we have the register model? On register page, we have this input model, right? So let's do this. Let's move this model to our models and let's rename this register user model. Okay, because we are going to need this for our save staff member, right? Or let me think. Yeah, so apart from these things, we just need designation only, that we can set hard coded on that page, because that page belongs to creating a staff member only, right? Okay, so let's move this input model to, first thing, let's rename this, and it is not allowing us, so let's do this. We'll do input model, so we'll do replace Instead of input model, we'll say register user model. Save, and we are good. All right, let's move this to our models. So in our models folder, let's move it to models, creating a new class with this register user model, and then I'm going to copy all these properties to this. We are here. All right, and from here I'm going to delete this, and we can delete this get email store as well. All right, so we are good. Okay. All right, so now in our user service, oh, we are getting application user directly in our user. Okay. All right. So same stuff. Here, what we'll do, we'll create a private register user model underscore model equals default value this. All right. Then what we can do, we can simply copy the same form here as well. What we have on register page, right? So let's copy everything. Copy this, come here and add this. Here we don't need this login, and here we could say create staff member. We have changed the uh, button text, and apart from this everything is still same. We just need to rename this input to underscore model. All right, so we will do this. Here we'll use our underscore model, and then we can simply replace input dot to underscore model dot, and let's replace, and we are good now. All right, now we also need this underscore message. We'll get this. Then we need register user method and return URL. We don't need this return URL. Method post is fine. On valid submit register user async. Form name register. This is fine. All right, let's create this underscore message private string underscore message with a default value of null, and then let's create this method private async task register user async like this, and we are good now. All right, let's get the code of that register from this page, or we are using almost similar code on these two pages, right? So what we can do, we can create a shared component, and then we can use that component on both of these pages. Yeah, that makes more sense, right? All right, let's do this. So what we'll do, we'll go to our components, shared, and here I'm going to create one more razor component, and this I'll call it create user form. Add. All right, and on this we are not going to add page directive because this is going to be a component, not a routable component. This will be child of those two routable components. So from register we will copy this complete form, and then let's add these things, all of these things. Actually, we'll clean this up. All right, so I have the shared component here. Let's inject all these things. We'll see what all we need and what all we don't need on this page. All right. iLogger register. Are we using pay this logger here? Yes, we are using. So let's change this to create user form identity redirect manager. All right. Then what's the issue? Status message. Status message. Status message. Status message. What is the issue? Where is this status message? This is in accounts shared. And why we can't access it here? Okay, because that might be added into that underscore import for accounts only. Yeah, right. Yes. All right. So now we have this shared component ready, but there are a couple of things here. After logging in, after creating the user, we are redirecting it to login page. But this will make sense only if we are using this form on our register page, right? But if we are on the admin mode and we are creating a new staff member, at that place we don't want this to redirect to this thing. Then comes second place, the second thing which will be dynamic, that is this role. So role name from register, it will be guest, but from that staff admin, where admin is creating the staff, from there it should be staff. So we need these two things dynamically, right, from its parent page. So what we can do, supply parameter from form, everything is fine, but apart from these we will need these two things. First thing, we will need public string role name, okay, and this will be parameter. All right, and let's have a default value of this role type dot guest dot toString like this. And then here we can directly set this user dot role name to this role name. All right, after this, what we will need, we need to tell its parent that the login, why I'm always saying login, we need to tell that this user creation is successful. Okay, so we need to notify its parent. So for notifying, we are going to have a event callback. Okay, and from here let's do this, let's return a nullable string, or maybe let's return a status, or maybe method result, simple method result. Okay, so here we could say on completed, right? I'm going to use this for both the cases. If we have some error, in that case also we will use this underscore message. We are using this underscore message here only, right? All right, so let's do this. Instead of doing this, we will simply uh, hmm, let's just have event callback, and here we'll say on success like this, and this is also going to be a parameter. All right. All right, so we are good. We'll pass these two things, and then for this on success, instead of this redirection directly, we will call this. So we'll say on success dot invoke async with the wait. All right. All right, let's use this method. So sign in manager, is this sign in manager still in use? No, right? Sign in manager and redirect manager, both of these are not in use on this page. And same for email sender. Yes. So that means we can get rid of these two things and identity redirect manager. We need logger and navigation manager. Do we need navigation manager here? Navigation manager. No, we can remove navigation manager as well. All right. All right. No. We need navigation manager somewhere. Where is it? Oh, for this. All right. So for this, what we will do? Uh, hmm. So this login link and this register text, yes, these two things also are going to be dynamic. All right. So for this button text, let's have one more parameter here. So string, here we'll say submit button text, and let's have a default value as register, and this will be parameter. Then comes, so let on this place, let's use this submit button text, and then comes this section. Do we need this link or no? Right. So for this, what we can do, we have, let's have one uh, boolean property. We'll say show login link, and default value, let it be true, and this is also going to be a parameter. All right. And so for this, if we have this true, if show login link is true, then only we'll display this login link, else we are not going to display this. All right. Let's inject this navigation manager. Okay, we are injecting it already. Then do we need anything else? Yes, we need return URL. Return URL. This we already have. So looks like we are done with this. Now it's time to use this component on both the pages. Let me clean this up. We will remove everything. We'll just have our save stuff and register pages here. All right. So on register page, create user. Okay, in create user, I think I should have just this section, status message and edit form, right? The top and bottom, we should not have this. Yes, we should not have this. Just, we need to just have this section. All right, so let's clean this up. So I'll remove this section, I'll remove this section. All right, let's go to register page, and here I'm going to remove this thing, and here I'll use that, what was the name, create user form, like this. And then let's add all these things. So first, role name, this is going to be our guest. Although we have the default values set up for all these, we can, if we want, we can skip all these things. We can skip all the parameters. So the way we created this, it has all the default values which are compatible with this register page. So we can skip all these things if we want. All right, but we need on success. This thing we need for sure. Okay, on success, we are going to use this method, redirect manager redirect to. Apart from this, we can remove all of these things. Okay, so here I'll say private async async task and handle register success, something like this, and we can do this because this is not async, so we can simply use this handle register success, and here we can call this method, and we are good. Our register page is clean, and we can remove all these dependencies. We'll just have redirect manager, nothing else. Cool, everything looks fine. Now on the save staff page, what we will do, let's remove this section. For this, we can use create user form, and here we will add all the parameters. So first thing is role name. So for role name, we know this is for staff. So we'll say role type dot staff dot toString. Then we have show login link. This will be false. Submit button text. So here we will say create staff member. All right. And then we will need on success. On success, let's remove all these things. We will just have one method here. So we'll say handle user creation, or handle, what did I name it there? Handle register success. Okay, let's use the same name here. Private void handle register success. And after this, what we will do, we will navigate this user to the previous page. So here I'll say inject navigation manager. When I say previous page, that means manage stuff page. So from here, I'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, and this will be for admin slash manage staff. We will redirect to this page, and let's call this method like this, and now we are good. All right. So we just need to add the same design here. So let's check what we have on other pages. In staff admin, we had container header, or maybe let's check manage rooms right here. All right. So we will use this thing here. So inside a div class container, we'll use this approach. Div class container, we'll add this section. After HR, we are going to have our form. Let's remove everything. Then button, do we need some button on this page? No. Or do we? We don't need, right? Yes. All right. So nav link, it should be admin slash manage staff. This is the back button link. Arrow left, this is fine. And here we will say create staff. Save everything and let's try it out. Did I already added this link in header? Admin manage staff new header. Yes. All right, let's run it and we'll check both of these pages. Register, the original register page, and then this new create stuff page. Okay, it came. First let's go to register page, and this page still looks same. Register, create a new account, and everything looks fine. Okay, maybe we missed this thing. All right, let's, validation is working and everything should work. Go to login, and what was the admin's account? Was this admin? Yes. Add stuff, manage stuff, add stuff, and we have some problem. And what is the problem? The problem is matching name ID. All right. So we are on save stuff page, this ID. So we'll say prop string, the label ID. This will be parameter. Save. Let's see if we need to refresh or we are good. Okay, let's try to rerun. Mhm. Okay, it came. Add stuff, create staff member, and everything still looks same, but it is a bit stretched because of the container. We'll see, but create a new account. We need to remove this, and we see that things are dynamically rendered. We can go back to this page. All right, so first let's uh, make this same and remove this create a new account from this this page, staff page. Okay, okay, let's go. So here what we'll do on create user form, we have this create a new account, or maybe the easiest thing we can do, we can remove this thing. Or if you really want to have it, you can simply have one more parameter, and from here we'll say public bool show subheading and make this parameter and have a default value of true, because we made this component so that it can be used for register page without any change. So from register it will work same, and from our save stuff we will say show subheading to false. All right, save everything, and after that on register we had this inside a call md5. Okay. On row we had this section, row deflags justify content center and call md5, and on this thing div class display flag justify content between item center. Okay, for this we need this? We don't need this, we have only single element. So let's remove justify content, but let this be like this only, and then in here we will use div class row and this div flag justify content center, and after that we will have div class call sm5, and then we'll register this, we'll move this edit form to create user form to this call sm5, save everything, and let's see how it looks. And looks like we need to did we made some mistake? Show subheading parameter with default value true, and we are not using this show subheading, so let's use this here. We'll check if show subheading is true, then only we'll have this h2. Okay, so let's run it. It's here. Let's see. Add stuff, and this is fine, but why this is like this? What is the change from register page? Register, create a new account. Okay, we can see this thing here, and this looks a bit long, and this section, what is the change? The change is row sm5, and there we are using md5. No, this is same. Then what's the issue? Row, okay. Here we are inside container, but on register page we are in container fluid. That's the thing. So what we can do, instead of having this MD5, we might need MD6 or maybe MD7. It's up to you what you prefer, but okay, MD7 looks fine. Did it refresh the page? Uh, no, it didn't. Okay, let's change this. So on our save staff, we will say coalescent 7. All right, save staff. Let's run. Now we'll try registering one staff member and one actual guest. So log out, log in, register, and here let's say Abhay guest. Okay. So abhayg@gmail.com, contact number, then password. So guest @12345, guest @12345, and register. Continue. And it came back to login. That means login was successful. We'll see in the database. Right now, let's, okay, we can try logging in with this. Yes, Abhay guest. And we can just see my profile and my bookings. That means this login was successful. All right. This is the great way to check. Okay. We need this admin account now. And now we'll go to add staff. And here we'll say Abhay staff. And let's say Abhay S at gmail.com. Some contact number and staff @12345 and staff @12345. Create staff member. It came to same create user async. This is service, right? So let's see if we'll check this user. We should have last name staff. Where is roles? Role name is staff. Role name is staff. Okay, we'll simply continue, and it came back to this. We can try logging in with this user. So abhayas at gmail.com and password will access denied. Oh, for this admin page, okay, that means our role is working. That authorized attribute is working, because from here we are trying to access the admin slash manage stuff, but because this page can be accessed by admin only, but this current user is staff member, so that he cannot access it. Let's see. If we go to home page, we can see Abhay staff, and we can see my profile, manage bookings, manage rooms, room type, and manage amenity. So we should be able to open all these pages, because these pages are available to staff as well. Manage rooms and manage room as well. For first room, add rooms, everything will work. Great. Cool. All right. Now next thing we will work on, let's first log in using admin. Now we will work on this manage staff page, where we'll display all the, that means here we should have one list for managing guests as well, right? That is missing. So guest management, we available for both staff and admin, or just by admin? Okay, staff can access bookings, right? So let's let that manage guests, let's that be inside this admin window. Okay, but first let's work on this manage stuff. All right. So maybe manage staff and manage guests. Both of these are going to display the user list with the same thing, right? So why not create a shared component to display this list, and then we can simply have the main heading and edit button. Admin can edit stuff, but admin uh, should not be able to edit guest details, I guess, or should it be able to edit? I think it shouldn't be able to edit. I don't know. Maybe we'll not allow him to edit, but we can have a, uh shared component for both. All right. Okay, so we'll do this, but before that, okay, update. But before that, we need to list down these. All right. Okay, so components, do we have that already open? Yes, manage staff. All right, so here we'll say div class container, or maybe let's work on that uh, the shared component first. So in shared, I'm going to create a new razor component, and let's say users list. Okay, and for this, first thing we will have public string and name. What I mean is title, or yeah, title will be dynamic only, right? So title or maybe heading. Get set, save. Let me open it again. This Visual Studio is freaking out. Where is users list? All right. Okay. And after heading, what else we will need? We will need role type. Okay. So let's use role. And both of these, we will need both of these. So first thing, we will add parameter, then we will add editor required, so that whoever is consuming this component, that should know that this heading property, this is required, and same thing, this role is also required. All right. Okay, now do we need anything else? No, no, no. Okay, now we will say override on initialized async, and before that let's inject our I user service. So user service, and let's have one collection here. So of type user display model, and array of this, here we'll say users equals default value as an empty array. All right. Now on initialized async, here we will simply say underscore users equal await user service dot get users async, and we will pass this role type, which will be role. All right, now we have underscore users ready, and here we can display these users. Now we can either display simple list, or maybe we can use QuickGrid. Okay. All right, so let's use QuickGrid. In order to use QuickGrid, we need to install one NuGet package that will be QuickGrid. So Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components QuickGrid. We need this one. Okay. .NET 8, everything is fine. Let's install it. Apply. I accept. So we are installing Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components QuickGrid. We need this one. Okay. All right. Now we can use that. So for using that, let's use QuickGrid component. QuickGrid, which should come from this NuGet package. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components QuickGrid. Okay. On this, now we will add paging. Okay, which will be on client side only. That means we need interactivity on this page. So for that, what we'll do, we will add render mode to this component. So render mode, uh, new interactive server render mode, and we can easily disable pre-rendering. We don't need this. So pre-render false. All right. Now in QuickGrid, when we use paging, we need to provide items provider. Items provider, this one. So this will be of type grid items provider with generic type T grid item. All right. So grid items provider. So let's create this. Here we would say private uh, grid items provider, and the type is going to be user display model. Okay, so here we'll say users provider. All right, and then we will need to add, that means we don't need this underscore users. For this users provider, we need to provide its body, and this is actually a delegate. If we go to this is of one of the delegate which returns value task of grid item provider result, and it takes one parameter of type grid items provider request of the same T grid item. So that means grid item provider request, this is the input and this is the output. So grid item request provider. So here what we could do, we may create a new method if we want, or maybe we can add this directly here. So let's create a separate method. So private, we just checked the return type should be this. So private async value task of T grid item. In this case, this will be our user display model. Okay, and here we could say users provider async, something like this, and then input is grid items provider request of type same user display model. Okay, so here it will be request. All right, now we need to return this grid items provider, this thing. So for this, what we will do, we will simply this method is already, let's, on this request we can get couple of things. So we have request dot count, request dot start index. This we can use for paging, and then we have request count, which is the total, not total, the page size basically. So how many records we want it to display on a single page. All right. So for this, what we can do, we can have a private constant here. So private const int, we could name it page size. Let's have 10, or maybe for now let's have 2. Okay, and now we need to add paging, and this start index, this will actually go from 0, and it will be how many records we want to skip. So for the page 1 and this current scenario, we have page size 2. So for first page, start index will be 0. For second page, start index is going to be 2. For the third page, start index is going to be 4. So we want to skip 4 items and take items starting from 5. This is how it is going to work. So that means this method, get users async, we need to introduce paging in this method. Okay, so let's move this to final parameter, this role type. But before this, we will say int uh, page index, or we could say skip, or maybe let's say start index only. Let's name the same thing, start index, then int page size, and then this. Okay, so let's have these in our method, get users async right here. Now after doing this thing, we will say query equals query dot order by descending u dot, do we have anything here, concurrency stamp, contact number, designation, email, id, string, phone number, security stamp. What we should do, maybe let's not have this. Here what we will do, we will simply skip start index and take page size. That's all we need to add. Or maybe if we are adding these two things, we can directly add these after select. So after select, we will add this, skip start index and take page size, and we have successfully added paging. Now let's use this. So how we will do this here, and one more thing, all right, we should return total number of records as well, because that's how QuickGrid is going to determine that how many pages are going to be there. So next, previous, and page number 1 2 3, all these things it need to somehow compute, figure out. So for that it needs the total number of records. So for this, here we can say var total equals await query dot count async. Okay, and then we can add this. Now, instead of returning this user display model, we should return a paged result, which will have the total count and the records array. So for this, we'll go to our models, and in our models, we are going to create a new class. We'll say paged result. Let's make it a record, and then let's make it uh, generic. So we'll say t record, type of record, or maybe t data, type of the data. And from here we will return two pieces of data. First would be total count, and the second would be t data array, and here we would say records. Okay, now we can use this thing, save everything, go to user service, go to this interface, and here we would define this return type is going to be this paged result of user display model. Okay, same thing here, we will modify the return type to this, and then we will hold this as records. And now from here we could return new paged result of user display model. And from here, we could provide total and records like this. And now we are good. Okay, so here, what we can do, we can access the data. Here we'll say var paged result equals await user service dot get users async. Then we will start index, which will be request dot start index. Then we have page size. For this we know that we have page size, but before that we could get it from request dot count. If this is null, because this is nullable. If this is null, then we'll use our page size, and after that we need to provide role type. So this we can get from this parameter which we are getting role. And now we have data here. We have all the paged results. From here we need to return this grid items provider result, right? For this we'll say grid items provider result, this one. Here we have a from method, this from factory method. So from we can provide items which will be paged result dot records, paged result dot records, and then second parameter we need total item count, which we can get from paged result dot count, total count. All right, so our method is ready. Now we can directly set this to users provider equals this, like this. Okay, we don't need to set it async task on initialized. We could simply use void and simple on initialized method like this. And now we are good. All right, now we can design our quick grid. So first thing, quick grid items provider. We know we have our users provider. After that we need paging for this. So in order to use paging, we can have private pagination state. This is also coming from QuickGrid. So we'll say pagination state, or we could say pagination, new pagination state, and we can set inner items per page. For this we can set our constant, which is page size, like this. All right, then let's use this underscore pagination. So here on quick grid we can provide pagination equals underscore pagination. Then we could add couple of bootstrap classes. So first table, let's say strapped. Okay, all right. And for paging we need to use one component which is paginator, and in this we need to provide state which will be this underscore pagination, the same state. All right. Now after this we need to provide the columns we want to display. These will be values from this user display model. Okay, so we could set property column. So on this we have ID, but are we displaying ID? We can display. So on this we have a property. We can define b goes to b dot, not b, u dot id. So we have one column for ID. After that we have name, so u dot name. Then we have role name, so u dot role name. Then we have email, right? So email. After that we have email name, role name, contact number. Then we have dot designation. And then do we have anything else? Dot we just want properties, name, role name, email, ID, name, role name, designation, contact number. Okay, we have all these. We are good. Hmm. And we are good with these default values. After this, we need one action uh, column. So for edit purpose, for editing the user details. So for that, we can use template column. So using template column, we could provide our own HTML to one column. Okay. So in this, we can use our nav link, href, and we need to move it to for this property. So designation and edit, these two right now will be there just for staff, not for the guests, right? I don't know if we can add if here. Let's check if role is not equals role type dot guest, then only display these two columns. Template column, nav link, href, and here we know if we go to save staff page, where is save staff, this, we have this URL. So let's use this admin manage staff, this ID, this is going to be dynamic. So in this template column we have access to @context, which will be the actual object single record from this items provider. So this items provider is giving us a list of user display model. So this underscore context, this is actually a single user display model object. Now because we have nav link and we are trying to concatenate dynamic value with this static value, so these components, Blazor components, does not allow these, so we can use simple anchor tag. Now we can get this context dot id, which will be this user id. Edit, and let's have some classes. So we'll say btn, btn sm, btn primary, and then we can have our icon I class fa edit, and I guess we are good. Template columns, and I don't know if this will work or no. Let's try it out if it works. I think we are good with this page now, right? Let's use this. So this is users list. Now we'll go to manage stuff page, and here we are in container. After container we can say div class row, or maybe okay, the first one, right, the heading, save stuff, manage stuff. So let's do the same thing we were doing for manage room types, right? So this header section, let's copy this, and we can have this, we'll say manage stuff And here we will have one link to admin, manage staff, new, add new staff member, like this. And now here we could have our users list, and it is showing this green line which is saying that we have these two uh, heading and role parameters which need to be provided. For heading we don't need heading, right? If heading we are displaying here only. All right, so we can remove that heading from here. We don't need heading, we just need role. Save, and we should be good. All right, so we just need to provide role, and role will be role type dot staff. Save everything, and I guess we are good with this page. All right, let's try it out. Okay, app is here. Login, manage stuff, and we can see this, and then one item, then this thing is breaking, and why this is breaking we'll see it in a bit, but right now this looks fine, this looks fine. We can see we just have one staff member. Okay, we just created one, right? What if I change this staff to guest? Let's see, refresh, and we have three items, these two guests. Then let's see why this is not loading. This previous class, what is the issue? Class go previous. Okay, these buttons are working. You see, buttons are working, but we don't have that. The CSS is missing, and why this is missing? What is the issue? Let's check. I'm removing everything. If I'll refresh this page, initializers. What is this initializers? Blazor initializers. I don't know what is it. Fetch all. Okay, let's see what is it. But before that, we have this role name without space, contact number without. Okay, now we have this. Okay, is that this? I refresh this, we have it here. If I go to about page, refresh this about page, clear everything, and now if I go to manage stuff, I still have this. CSS was not loaded. Okay, maybe somehow CSS was not loaded at that time, but now we can see the items here. So previous, next. We have three staff members, not staff members. Right now we have these guests, but because I have changed that, so we can see this. Two on this page, one on this page. I made page size 2 so that we can see this paging. All right, that means this thing is working, and we are not seeing edit button here. Let's see if we can see this for our staff. Save, users list role staff, and we need to modify these. So on these properties, property column, we have one more parameter we can set, that is uh, what is it, title. We can set title. For this we could say role, and for this we could say title contact number, just this. Okay, so save, and let's see, and we can see this edit button here. Okay, and this designation, we should have this designation set when we are creating the staff member, right? So here we should have one more field, right? And which should come only for staff, not for uh, guest, when it, guest is registering himself. Yes. All right, let's add that, and edit is fine. We can see the link. Right now it will come to this page, but we are not fetching the data. We'll fetch it in a bit, but at least this thing is working. All right, we are good. Let's stop it, and let's now do this. Okay, we are good with this page, so we are okay. Editor user list and manage stuff. We don't need any code here. Okay, we are good with this, so we'll simply save it and we'll close this page. We don't have to do anything on this page now. All right, now let's add that the designation on our form. So for that we'll go to our create user. Okay, let's clean this up. Let's remove this. Let me first save it, and then clean, clean, and remove. All right, now we just need to have one more field. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply copy one of this, we'll add this, call sm6, everything is fine, and input, we will have designation which right now does not exist. We'll create that. So register user model, let's go to this register user model, and let's add that designation here. So type string designation, and this will be nullable because we are allowing it. So on this we will just have a max length of, let's say, 50. We will not have anything else, right? On application user, what is the max length we are using? Let's check on data entities. No, not entities, application user directly. We have designation max length 50. Yeah. All right. So designation, we will display this only if we are in staff creation mode. So we'll add that condition, but right now first let's have this input type text. We'll remove this confirm password. We don't need this confirm password. Let's remove this for, or maybe form control autocomplete. Remove autocomplete, remove this thing, placeholder. We'll say designation. For this we'll say designation input dot designation, and I think we are good. We just need to display this only if we are in uh, staff mode. So we have quite a bit properties, right? And all of these properties are being driven on the basis of this thing, right? So what we can do, instead of having all these properties as parameters, we can just have this, and on the basis of this we can compute all these, right? Let's do this. So here what we can do, this role name, let's do this. For this role name we will use, instead of string, we'll use role type. First change we are making this. Then when we are setting it, we'll say role name dot toString, or maybe instead of name we'll say role, just role. Then all these things, let's make these. I'll remove parameter, I'll set private, and I'll make these computed properties. So show button, submit button text, it will be handled by this role type guest, or because we are going to have these multiple things, instead of having this condition again and again, which condition? This condition. So what we need to do, we need to check if role is equals role type dot guest, then it should be register, else it should be create staff member, something like this, and we need to somehow repeat this condition again and again. So for example, this show login link, here we will set this thing, if role is guest, then show the login link, else don't show login link. Then same thing, show subheading, it should be the same thing. Remove this parameter, and all right, so these three things we are having these, and now we need one more, which is this designation. We will display this only when we are in creating staff mode. So instead of using all these conditions again and again, let's do this. Let's create, or maybe override, on parameter set method. Okay, and here just check if role is equals, or we will say, yeah, if role is not equals to role type dot guest, then simply modify all these things. So first thing, we will make these uh, normal variables, okay, with default value. So for example, submit button text, the default value is going to be register, and in this condition submit button text is going to be discrete staff member. Then let's make these also private. So show login link, show subheading. By default we will have these as true, and then inside this, if this is not guessed, then we'll simply show login link equals show subheading equals, then let's have one more field, which is show designation. For this the default value will be false, because designation will come only for staff, not for guest. These default values we are having these on the basis of this guest. All right, so show login link, show subheading, these will be false, and show designation will be. If we are here, then let's set all these things. All right, now let's use these values in our HTML. Okay, and then here show subheading, and we are good. All right. Next thing is this designation. For this also, let's have it like if show designation, then only add this, else don't add this. All right, so we have designation. So when we are setting all these things at the same time, we would set user dot designation equals input dot designation like this. All right, and now we change this name. So let's go to the consumer of this form. We have man save stuff, and here we have role name. So instead of role name, we just have role now, and it is role. After that, we can remove these things. We can remove the additional parameters. So now we will have only two parameters, role and on success, nothing else. All right, let's go to register page. So in account pages register, here we have on success. Okay, here we are not doing anything, so we are good. We were not using any additional parameter here, so we are good with this. All right, so that means now we have designation. Let's check it, and when we'll save it, we should be able to see the designation on the manage users manage staff page. Let's run. Here is it. It came. Let's check. We are on manage staff, add staff, and we can see designation because we are adding a staff. If I log out and go to register, then now I cannot see that designation. So that means this thing is working. Let's create a new staff member. Add staff, and I'll say staff, let's say second staff, email second staff at gmail.com, mobile number, then password staff at the rate 12345, staff at the rate 12345, designation maybe uh, what designations we have in staff, be front desk operator, front desk, what front desk manager, I don't know what we can do this. I'm not familiar with this hotel industry at all. So front desk manager, let's create this staff member, continue, and we came here and now we can see this front. Okay, it should be T, so front desk manager, but we can see the designation here. So it got populated, and this role, this contact number, we have space, so that means all these things are also working. Cool. Now next thing we will work on this edit uh, user or edit staff member functionality. All right, let's stop it. Let's save everything. All right. So for that edit staff member, we are going to use the same form, but there is one problem. And the problem is this form, it is using this register user model, and it has first name, last name, email, contact number, password, and confirm password. So these two things, password and confirm password. So when the admin is editing information details of some staff member, we should not have that password fields there, right? Because uh, they admin might just want to change the first name, last name, or email, or contact number, or maybe designation, not password and confirm password, right? They should be handled by the user only. And maybe we can have some other screen or some other option which we can give to admin to reset the password or generate a new password. But this password change, it should not be there. Now the problem is these fields are using data annotation validations, right? Now if we use these, and if I use the same form, where is it? Shared create user form here. If we use the same form, it will trigger validation errors for this, right? So we can maybe, even if we don't show these two fields, if we are in edit mode, then also this data annotation, it will simply trigger and it will ask values for these two fields, and that is going to fail. So we can maybe create some different logic to bypass data annotation for these two fields, or we can create a separate maybe separate class for editing some staff member. And we are not editing the user, right? The guest user. So then it, in that case, it makes sense, right? Yeah, let's do this only. Yeah, it makes sense. So what we'll do, we here register user model. Let's make a copy of this and name this as, we would say, edit staff model. It will have first name, last name, email, contact, and it will not have password and confirm password. Then it will have designation. Let's move it to a separate class. We have added staff model here, and we can use this. And now the problem is, you would say that maybe we can simply create this register as user model as a subclass of edit user model, edit staff model. But problem with that is it data annotations behaves differently. Data annotation validations basically behaves differently when we have some hierarchy. We have inheritance, and so we will not go that route. We'll keep it simple. So yeah, we have added a user model. Then let's go to our save staff page. Now on this save staff page, we have this create user form, which is totally dependent on that register user model, and that is being used from those two places, right? So let's do this. Let's create one more component, okay, and that we will use inside our save staff page for edit case in here. It will be kind of a simple, or maybe we could say uh, yeah, a small version of this create user form basically. Okay, so that is not going to be shared at multiple places, but because this is in shared, we are having all our components regardless of they are being shared or no, we are having those in shared. So we'll keep the same approach and we'll create a new user component. We can have that thing here also if we want, but let's separate it out. Here we'll say edit staff form. Okay, let's go to create user form, copy everything, then we'll modify. Create user form, copy everything, go to edit staff, then paste everything. And then let's modify it. First thing, it is not create user form, it is edit staff form. Then comes we can leave everything like this only, show subheading. So on edit staff mode, we are not going to show any heading, so we can simply remove this. Then we will have first name, last name, email, contact number, and we will remove password and this password. Then show designation, because we are editing the staff member, so it will always be there, designation. Then we have submit. We don't need to have this dynamic. We'll simply say update staff show login link. We will not have this login link. Okay, now in here we know the role is always going to be staff, so we don't need to do anything related to this. On success, we can have this. Then we don't want any of these. We can remove all these. Then return URL also we don't need it. Message, yes, we need it. Then register user model. Instead of this, we'll use edit form, edit staff. What was that? Edit staff model, like this. All right. On parameter set, we don't need to set anything. We have register user. So let's modify this register user name. This is not making any sense. So let's do this. Let's rename this, and this rename, sometime it works, sometime it does not work. So we'll change it to edit staff async like this, and let's have this name here also. Then ASP route return URL, we don't need this. Method post, yes. Form name, we can leave it like this register only, or maybe we can add something else, maybe add date staff. All right, so I think we are good. We are good. One more thing which we will need here, and that is going to be, we will get staff member ID string, or we can have the staff edit staff model. We cannot have this, right? We need to have edit staff member ID, because then only we can update the information, right? So let's say staff ID, and it will be in parameter, and this should be editor required, because everything is dependent on this staff ID only. All right, so that means now we can have our on initialized method. So override on initialized async method. Now we need information of this user. When we say information, the information we can modify. So first name, last name, email, contact number, designation, these things. Okay. And then we need to work on saving those details, updating the staff member. So for this, what we'll do, let's go to our service, user service, and here, and I already had that method. Let's modify this and let's name it update. But before that, we need to get the information. So we'll say public async task method result of application user, or instead of application user, we can simply have edit staff member, edit staff model, this thing, right? Yep. So we'll say get staff member async, and we'll pass staff ID like this. Okay. And after that, we will get our user. So Let's try if we can get this from our user manager. User manager dot get user id, get user async, get username. How can we get the user? Okay, if we cannot get it from here, or can we get user? We have a thing which needs claims principal. Then we have user ID, get user ID, get username, get username missing, user for claims. Okay, if we are not able to get it from here, we will do other thing where we'll say user manager dot users dot, we will say where u dot id equals staff id, and u dot role name equals this should be role type dot staff dot toString. Okay, then we can get our first dot default async. All right. Okay, it returns a type variable. So maybe let's add as no tracker. We are already having this there, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's add our weight, and now we should be good. So we have this user's information now. So from here, we can, let's make this added staff model as nullable, or maybe let's do this. Let's apply select here, generate added staff model, and here we can say contact number, designation u dot designation, email u dot email, first name u dot first name, last name u dot last name, and now we are good. So here for we don't have id, let's have id as well. So string id, this is user id actually, so let's fill that as well. So id equals u dot id. All right, so we have all these information here. Now from here we can directly return this staff, or we can directly return this thing. So we can make it expression body, and let's make this staff model as nullable. All right, and we can directly return edit staff model. There is no need to have method result because we don't have anything else here. We just want to return straightly the whatever edit model. If we got it, we return it. If we don't get it, we'll simply return null. Let's add this method to our interface like this. All right, now let's work on this as well right away. So add a update staff async. We'll do like this. Okay, and here we could say edit staff model, and we'll say model. All right. Okay, now what we can do, we know we have user ID, we have user email. Now first thing we need to get the user information first, right? So first thing we will do the same thing. We'll get information of the user from this added staff, from this method only. So we'll say var existing staff model. Here we'll say await get staff member async, and we'll say model dot id. All right. Now first thing we'll check if existing staff member is null, and which shouldn't be the case because we just got this. But to handle this case as well, from here we'll simply return let's say invalid request. Invalid request. Although this is a rare case, but let's go with this. All right, now we have existing staff model and we have new staff model, updated staff model. Now, first thing, out of all these things, first name, last name, designation, contact number, we are good with updating these. We are not going to update ID. But with this email, if we update this email for that particular user, that means that user's login information is going to be changed, right? Because email is being used to allow user to log in, right? We log in via this email only, and this email is the thing which uh, IASP.NET Core Identity uses for username, right? So if we modify this email, there are going to be a bunch of changes, a lot of changes, almost 2 3 tables and all those things. We need to modify a couple of things. So for this, we need to first check if user if admin actually updated the email or no. Okay, so what we will do, first thing, we will get our application user model, application user. So we'll generate application user. Or should we, well, okay, let's, no, we should get this application user from database only. That means we have this get staff members async. So let's do this. Let's create a private method here which will return us I queryable of application user. We'll use that at both of these places, here and here. Yeah. So what we'll do, we'll say I queryable of application user get staff queryable, something like this, or maybe just get staff, and here we will pass staff ID, and from here what we'll return, we'll simply return user manager dot users dot where. This thing we will return. Okay, this is I queryable and we are good. So here when we are awaiting it, we'll say get stuff, this is stuff ID. So why I have done this? So that, because here when we have this existing staff model, this thing, here we need application user. So instead of converting, creating that user again, we can reuse this thing. So here we'll say existing staff model. Here we can say get staff. We will pass ID. Then here we can directly say first or default AC. Now this existing staff model, this is actually application user. So we'll say existing user like this, or DB user. Then we'll check if it is null, this is invalid request, which shouldn't be the case. Now if it is not null, then we can simply modify the values. And when we say modify the values, we'll modify contact number, designation, first name, last name, these 4 things. So first name equals model dot first name. Then we'll say DB user last name. Email, we will remove this. DB user dot, after email we have designation. Then we have DB user dot contact number, right? Contact number equals model dot contact number, and we'll remove this thing. Now we have updated these values, first name, last name, designation, contact number, these are not getting saved yet. We will save these into the database. So let's first save these changes. So for this, user manager gives us one method which is update async, and we can await on it. So this update async, it returns identity result. Okay, so we can follow the result thing the same way we are following. Where is it? In create user, we have this result. So let's use this because the return type is same identity result. So here we'll say what result equals this, and then we'll have this condition. If result is not succeeded, then we'll simply return the errors. Okay. If that's not the case, that means details were uh, added successfully, details were modified successfully. Now we need to check if we modified email or no, if admin modified the email or no. So for that, use we can simply add a if statement. Here we can simply say if db user dot email, which is existing email. Okay, if this equals the new email, which is model dot email, and we'll make it case insensitive. So string comparison dot ordinary ignore case. Okay, so if this is same, we don't have to do anything, we will simply return true from here, which is fine. So admin did not change the email ID, so we are good. So we are good, we can return from here. All right, if that's not the case, that means user admin did change user ID, email of that staff. So admin did change staff email ID. We need to change this email ID now. So how we can do that? We can do that. Hmm. So. Okay. We have user manager dot update or change email async method, right? And if you check the signature, it takes new email which we have, but token we don't have, right? We have application user, which is db user, this db user, new email, we have model.email, but it needs one token as well. So what is this token? This is actually a token which will be provided by user manager. So what we can do from this user manager, we can get generate email change token like this. For this db user and new email, same model dot email, and it will give us a change token, and we'll simply await it. It should return us a task of string. So change token, we have this change token, we can use this change token here. Now this change email async, it also returns identity result. So let's do the same thing. We'll store this in result, and then we'll use this condition. Okay, we need to await it. If it was not succeeded, we'll return error. If that's not the case, we'll simply return true. That means everything is fine. We updated everything. All right, so looks like we have our edit staff functionality ready. Let's try it out. So first, let's add this method to our interface. All right, now let's go to our staff edit page. So here we had that staff ID, edit staff form, we are in edit staff form. Here we have staff ID. On the basis of this staff ID, we need to get the staff model, this. Okay. So what we can do here, we will say input equals, or we could say model equals, we'll say await and user service dot get staff member async, and we can pass staff ID like this. Now we'll check if we have this model. If model is null, if this is null, what we will do? Maybe we can go back, or we can simply set this underscore message. So here we would say underscore message equals, we'll say invalid staff ID, or staff doesn't exist, something like this. Staff member does not exist, like this. Okay, and we will not do anything. If that's not the case, or let's say return from here like this, and then if that's not the case, we will simply set input to this model. Now we, sorry, now we have all the details in this input form. All right, so that means the initial, when we'll come to this page, that thing is done. Now let's work on this added staff async method. Now we don't have to do this create user. We can remove this, and all these things are already in this input model. So we don't need to set anything here actually, right? Yeah. So what we can do, we can directly say update user, user service dot update staff async. And from here we can directly pass our input model, and it returns method result. So we can simply check if result dot, why there is it's success method, right? Oh, it's success, that is succeeded. All right. So if not is success, we'll display that error message, we'll return from here. If that's not the case, we'll say user, or we can say staff details updated on success.invoke async if we are using this, and this create user, we don't need this. So that means this method, this component is ready. Are we using navigation manager? No, we are not. So let's remove this navigation manager. All right. And then I guess we are not using all these uh, usings. So web utilities, identity, we are not using these. Account shared, account, encoding, system.text, data annotations. Okay. Okay, this staff, this status message came from shared, I guess. So remove this. Is there any problem? No. Now we can remove these things. Any issue? No. All right. So we have cleaned everything. Now we need to use this staff edit staff form on our save staff page. So if we go to our save staff, where is that save staff page? Save staff.razor. Here. Then we have this ID, which is string. Here, first thing we need to modify this heading. So here what we'll do, we'll say if not string dot is null or what space ID. If this is not null, we'll say update staff If it is null, we'll say create staff. Create staff, let's say member, like this. All right. After that, we have this create user form. So here, what we need to do, we will check in which mode we are in. So here, we'll say if not string dot is null or white space, or maybe we can say if string is null or white space, this ID, we will display this create user form, else we will display our added staff form, and it need one ID, which is that staff ID. So staff ID, it will be @ID. Now pay attention, this @ is required here. The reason is if we directly pass this. So this staff ID is of type string. If we provide direct IDs, it will consider this ID, this as a word, as string. But we need to provide dynamic value, which we got as a URL path and this value. So for this, we will add @. So it will dynamically pass its value. All right. And then we can use on success method, and we can simply call the same method. So it will return this to this manage staff page after successfully updating the details. Let's move this to the same line only, and we are good. So looks like it is fine and it should work. All right. Theoretically it should work. Let's try it out if it is actually working. It's here. Login. And no, we don't want to log in with staff. We want to log in with admin. Now manage staff. We have this data. Let's try this out. Edit. And we have these values. Right? So let's do this second updated staff. Okay. And front desk manager, let's fix this designation. So I have made first name and designation, these two things I have updated. Let's see if it actually updates these values. We still can see front, that means it did not update it. And second staff name is also not got updated, that means the details were not updated. Let's try it out, what is the issue. So for that, what we can do, we can add breakpoint. So edit staff model, we'll go to our service. Where is your service? User service. Let's pin this, and then let's add this here, and let's try to update the values again. So second updated and front update staff. What happened? Oh, breakpoint. All right. So in this model, let's see if we have we do not have these updated values here in this model. Front desk, second updated. What happened? Edit staff page, input dot first name, model input, and we provided input model. What is the issue? So you know what is the issue here? Do let me know in the comment. Okay, then we'll continue to debug and figure out what the issue is. But if you know what am I missing here, do please let me know in the comment. Okay. So input model, we have this supply parameter from form. Mhm. Let's check what is going in the request. Before that, let's continue this, and I added a breakpoint there as well. So if I remove everything and if I go to again this page, let's do this front desk manager, second updated. And now if I press update, let's check in the request, edit, and what is the payload? So the payload is input dot first name, input dot last name, input dot email, contact number. Oh, okay. So I got the issue. I understood what the problem is. So do let me know in the comment if you were able to figure out what the issue is. Okay. All right. So the problem is this form. This is not interactive. First thing. So how this will work when we post the form, when we click on that update stuff, it is actually posting this form, and when this form is being posted, it will again run this on initialized async method on server. And when it is working on, when it is running this method, then what it is doing, it is trying to get the staff details on the basis of staff ID. That means now this model has updated values, and then we are saying that set these values to this input. So these values are coming database which has stale values, so it will always going to modify this input model here even if we passed our details which got added to this input model. Okay, so for this what we need to do, we need to perform this operation, this fetching the staff details and adding it to input, this input model, only when we are displaying this page. So only for the get request, not for the form posting. Okay, so for form posting we need to first check if we are in post mode or if we are in get mode. So for that we can first get access to http context. So public http context, and we can get it as a cascading parameter. This should be nullable, and then we can check here if http request dot, no, there was something related to this, right? So http context dot request dot method. So what is that helper method? I totally forgot. We can check it like this if we want, but instead of hard coding it, we should use that. I think we have used this thing somewhere on some page, right? So what pages we have worked on? Staff admin, we had manage amenities, or in this, yeah, stdb methods dot is get. Okay. Okay, so here we will say this thing will also work, this equals get http methods dot is get, and then we'll pass this http context request method. If is get, if we go to its source, we cannot see it. All right, so it will give us actual thing, and let's remove this nullable here because we are in this is statically server side rendered component, so it will always have this http context for sure. All right, so now we have this have it because its parent is, we are adding it on the save stuff page, right? Save stuff.razor, and this page. Okay, this is also interact. No, this page is not interactive, so we are good. Okay, all right. So we will have this value now. Now let's try it out. Now it should work as expected. I'm running it. All right, manage stuff, edit, front and second, updated, update stuff. We cannot have hyphen. Validation is also working. Update stuff. We came here, continue, and it is saying invalid request. And why it is saying this thing? The reason is it is trying to check the value of ID, which we do not have in our form. So in this form, it will actually submit this form with all the input fields we have inside this edit form, right? Then it will fill these values with this. And right now this edit staff model, because we have not displayed ID, or we are not having that ID inside this edit form, so ID will be null for this. And if that is null, our user service will simply check. So right now this model ID will be null, so this db user will be null, and we are seeing invalid request. So that means this case is also working, which is good that our validation, server side validation and client side validation, both are working. Now we need to make it work with that. So here we'll say, let's add the id. So here we will say input type hidden, value we will use input dot id, and then name. This name, this is the thing which gets posted when we post one form. So this name is required. So this input text, all these automatically generate the name for these. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll do input dot id like this, save it, and now it should work. We should see this name as well. So if we check, if we go to inspect, in this form, we have this form, we have input type hidden, handler, this, we have this input.id as name and the actual value. Now we check other things, there you would see we have the name input.firstname, which got added by this input text Blazor component. So the same thing we are using here. All right, let's do this now. Let's again modify this front desk manager, second updated, save, continue, and we again have something. Oh, the length. All right. So the length, we should have that first name, second updated. We have this error. It is coming from the database. Reason is, in database this first name has a max length of 10. Okay, and in our edit staff model we have first name 15, it should be 10 only. And same with last name, it should also be 10. Save. We need to stop it, we are making changes here. All right, so we are good now. It's this validation would occur. Okay, so let's try it out. Manage stuff, edit, front, second updated. If I update it, and we can see this error message, you can modify, of course. I'll do this. So Let's try it out. Came here, continue, and this time it came back, and now we can see front. That means this got updated, and then we can see this name as well. So it also got updated. So we are good with this, and we didn't update this email, so this is working as expected. All right, let's try it out. The first one, let's add designation. So what else designation we have? I don't know, some sample, some demo designation, I don't know, update stuff. Let's remove this breakpoint, continue, and we are good. All right, let's try the updating the email as well. So here we'll say second staff like this, update stuff, and we can see second staff. Now if we log out, we had that second this thing, right? We already tried to log in with this. Now if we try to log in, we can say user does not exist. That means that email ID actually got updated. So that means update staff member is working as expected. All right, let's stop it, and we are good now. That means okay, maybe we can try login with the updated email. So we check that previous email is not working, but new email should work, right? First we'll do this, then we'll say second staff login, and we logged in. Great. All right, log out, and we are good. Okay, let's see what next we can work on. Before that, let me clean everything. So I'll close it, save everything. Okay, let's check what we have in header, what next we can work on. So for the public pages, let's leave those right now. Then we have my profile, my bookings. So my bookings, it will be for guest only, but for this we need to have our public pages ready. So we don't have that ready yet, so we cannot work on this. Manage staff, add staff, we worked on these two. Manage bookings, we cannot work on this right now. Manage rooms, room type, amenities, we worked on all these. So that means from the okay, we can use this, we can work on this my profile page, right? Let's work on this. So here we would say my profile, this is going to be our URL. All right, and this is this will be the protected page. That means this can be opened only when user is logged in. So for this, what we'll do, this is the only page, right? No, we will have other pages as well. We need to have change password as well, right? We need to have change password because user might want to change his password, and that will apply to all roles. The same way this my profile is going to be applied for all the roles, right? All right. Okay. So let's have that here. So here we'll say change password like this. And here we'll say change password. Now we need to have these two pages. Let's follow the same approach we are following. For we have admin folder, we have staff admin folder. So for this also we should have some folder. What that should be? Logged in user, logged in folder. What we should call? I don't know. Ideally, I would call it admin, but right now this admin folder belongs to actual admin role, right? So let's say post auth pages, something like this. I don't know if this makes sense or no. Or let's just say post auth. So that means after authentication. And here I'm going to create two Razor components, Razor pages. So first would be my profile. Then second is going to be change password. Then I'm going to have one more Razor component for underscore imports. So let's remove everything from here. So in underscore imports, first thing we will have uh, authorize attribute authorize, and this will be applied for all the roles, so no need to explicitly define any role. All right, and then we have admin layout as well, so let's define admin layout here. All right, now we have changed password and my profile. Let's add the page first, set route basically. So here we will say slash my profile, save, then change password. So here we'll say page change password. All right. So save everything and we are good now. Now we can work on these two pages. So in order to work on these pages, we need to have access to the current user ID to be precise, because on the basis of that current user ID, we can fetch all the details. So first thing, let's go to our user service. Let's go to application user, and from here, from my profile, user can modify first name, last name, role. They cannot modify, right? Because this is being handled from admin side, or these are simple. We can set role once and then we cannot modify these. Then comes contact number, designation, image, all these things we can modify. Now comes the next point. This no, designation should also be fine. All right, so that means the way we have create user, or we have that added staff. We have this added staff async, right? Here we had designation, contact number, email, last name, first name. Ooh, let's reuse this component, right? So yeah, we can work on this component, or then this designation we can make this conditional, that it will not come for guest, but it will come for admin and staff, right? Then this update staff, this can be dynamic. Yeah, let's do this. It makes more sense now. Okay, let me pin this and edit staff model, my profile, change password, and let's close all other pages. Close all but pinned. Now first we'll check our model if we need to modify something in our model, which is edit staff model. So here designation, contact number, email, last name, first name, ID. So here we can rename this edit staff model to, let's say, profile model. Okay. So we'll say profile model, or we'll say my profile model. Let's name it this. All right. So my profile model, we have this. Then we had this added staff form. Added staff form. Let's rename this added staff form to uh, added or my profile or added profile form, something like this. So we'll say added profile form. All right. Now we need to let's rename this added staff async. Where is it? This is here. So let's rename this method. So here we'll say added profile async. Form name added profile, and all right, then update stuff. Here we'll say update profile. So this is just generic general name, so it can be applied to all. Then we have the staff ID. So we need to change this staff ID to user ID. Okay. Then we have all these get staff member async, edit profile async, update staff async. Let's go to these methods and rename these methods. So first let's go to get staff member async method. So we will rename this. So we'll say get tails async, and then this update staff async. Here we'll rename this to update profile async. All right. Rename this staff ID to user ID. Okay, then this user email password staff ID. Let's do this user ID. Uh, Rename user ID. This get stuff. Where is this get stuff? Let's say get user. Rename this staff ID to user ID. And now we have a situation. Now we need to check this thing specifically. So what we can do, we can remove this check from here. Okay. And we can add this check at the very end where we are checking this on that page, that manage staff, edit staff page. We should have it there, right? There it will make sense, because or we have second approach, we can make it nullable, and then we can pass this to from that edit staff page. Now where is that? That would be in this save stuff from this edit. Here, from here we need to pass that we are working on staff. Okay, so we can do that, and I think that would make sense. Or no, we can get it from user. Okay, let's we'll see. All right, we maybe we can yeah, we can have this nullable role type here. So we'll say role type, and this should be nullable with the default value as null. Now let's make this a full body method. Here what we can do, we could generate a variable here. So we'll say user manager dot users dot where, and we will have just this user ID check here. Then we will check if this role type is not null. Okay, if this is not null, then only we'll add this role condition to this variable like this, and then we will return this query from here. So return query like this, and it will work as before. We just need to pass this additional thing. So, or we can do one thing, no need to pass, say no, we are calling this method from our component only, right, from here. That's why we need to pass. Okay, that makes sense, we need to pass it. So we are good. Let's go to manage, sorry, here when we are updating the profile, get profile detail async. Are we get profile detail async? We are not checking role here, so we are good with this. Okay, all right. We'll add that condition, that additional parameter here to update profile async method. Let's use this here as well. And when we are getting this user, get user, here we'll provide this role type. Okay. And then data async, all this code would be same. All right, so I think all this code, yeah, all this code would be same. Now let's go to the front end, and here we had saved stuff. First let's rename this. So this is not edit staff form now, this is edit profile form. So it would be edit profile form, and the staff ID, do we still have staff ID? Yes, this should be user ID. So we'll have it. This refactor rename does not work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. Most of the time it does not work. So user ID. All right. Okay. Staff member does not exist. Here we'll say user does not exist. Something like this. Edit profile. Here we could say profile details updated. And I guess, right. Now let's see what additional things we need. So first thing, we have user ID. Now we will need one role as well from its parent. So we'll say prop role type. It would be role only. This is going to be parameter, and we'll have it as nullable. So if user does not provide it, we are good because we are having this role as nullable here. No, not here. Get profile, update profile here. All right, so we are passing this. Now it will work same. Next thing, we can, this designation, this thing, we need to add this uh, dynamically, or what we need to do, this should be here only for guest, it should not be here. That's what I mean. So we can simply add a condition here. If 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 hmm, if role dot has value and role is not equals role type dot guest. But now we will have one problem. Okay. If role does not have value, then we will not display this. Yeah, this is fine. So using this, are we going to provide role always? If that's the case, for my profile, okay, let's do this. For get profile detail async and update profile async. In update profile async, the way we are updating it, we are just updating this information. But what we should do, we should also have the user ID who is performing this operation, right? So that we will allow this update profile, although we are not exposing it as an API, because if that would have been an API, then yeah, we are not exposing it as an API, so we are good, right? So these are all backend methods, and all these pages will be the save staff. This page is SSR, so we are good. So what my concern was, if it was not SSR, or maybe we can modify somehow the request. In that case, there could be a case where one user can modify the details of another user, right? So we should have been some check here that user can modify his or her details only, or admin can modify anyone's details. So for that, we need to check, we need to get the user ID who is performing this operation. If that user is admin, then we will allow that to perform any operation, this updation. If that user is not admin, then we would have checked that what user ID the current user has and what user ID this profile details has. If both of these are matching, then only allow updation. But because we are not exposing these as open APIs, then we are good. All right. So here we are good. Here we are good. Designation will only be there if we have role and that role is not guessed. All right. So that means this page is fine. All right. So this page is fine. We are on save stuff. From save stuff also everything should be fine. We just need to provide a role, which would be role type dot staff, because this is from save stuff page. All right, we are good with this page now. So we'll follow the same logic for my profile page. Okay, so my profile page, let's copy this complete thing which we have on save staff, copy it, go to my profile, paste it. We have navigation manager, we have this thing, admin staff, no, we don't need to have this. There is no link to go back. Here we will just have, there is no need to have this display flags, so we can directly have h1 here, and in that h1 we will have just my profile. Okay, then there is this check. We don't need this check. We will just use edit profile form directly. Okay. So here user ID, then role type dot staff. This we are not going to provide from here, or maybe we need to provide. We'll check. So we need to get the current user ID. This we are not getting as a parameter, so we should not use it like this. But we need to get the user ID of currently logged in user. Okay. So for that, what we'll do, we will simply inject our uh, authentication state provider. Auth state provider. Then we'll override on initialize async method, and we'll have one method here. So we'll say not method, of parameter here. So private, let's say nullable string, or let's have string only, user ID. All right. And then inside this, we will have our auth state equals, here we'll say await auth state provider dot get authentication state async. Then we'll check if auth state is not null, or maybe let's check if auth state is actually null. It is nullable, right? No authentication state. Yes, this is nullable. So if authentication state is null, or auth state dot user dot identity dot identity is null, we'll check all the cases. Or auth state dot user dot identity dot is authenticated if this user is not authenticated. So any of these cases, if auth state is null, or identity is null, or identity is not authenticated, that means user is not logged in yet. So what we'll do from here, we will redirect user to simply let's say home page. Let's redirect user to home page. Okay. All right. If that's not the case, now we can have our user ID. So how we can get the user ID? We can simply say auth state dot user dot, we can get the find first, and we can provide claim type, or we can provide c dot type equals claim types dot name identifier, which is for ID. So now I think we have used this thing somewhere else as well. So what we can do, this find first, we are applying it on this claims principle. So we can create an extension method on this claims principle to get the user ID. Okay, so let's do this. Do we have extensions somewhere? No, right? So let's create a folder for extensions. So new folder, extensions. We didn't need any extension yet. Okay. So here we'll create a new class. We'll say claims principal extensions. Okay. For the extension method, this class should be static. And here we'll say public static string get user ID. And because this is extension method, it should start with this, and then the type would be claims principal like this. And from here we can simply return principal dot find first value, we have this extension method. So here we could say C claim type. See, okay, we need to just provide the claim type. So claim types dot name identifier like this, and this will be nullable. So this will be nullable like this. Save everything and we are good. Now let's add this namespace to our imports.razor in our components directly so that we can use this inside our razor components. Alright, here what we can do on this user, we would say dot get user ID like this. Now it will be nullable. Although we know it will not be null here because we already have this complete check. So that means this should not be null. So we can add exclamation mark, which is null forgiving operator. So we know that this is not going to be null. So we are okay with this. We can use this underscore user ID in here. Okay. Let's do this. Make it nullable and check this here. Should we do this? Let's check this. If underscore user is not null, then only render this. All right. So now we have this my profile page ready and we are passing user ID and then we can simply remove this role from here. So save everything and we are good. Now handle register success. So in this case, when this should not be handle register success, this name should be something else. But on success, do we need to do anything in here? I don't think we want to do anything, right? Or maybe we can. All right, let's do this. Let's rename this to handle success. Handle success, and in here we will have private nullable string message. Okay, and for this message we can set this message here. We would say profile updated successfully like this, and then we can show this message somewhere else, somewhere here actually, where we'll say if not string dot is null or white space underscore message. What we'll do, have a p with let's say bg success display message. We'll display an hr here and we should be good now. Yeah, we should be good now. So save everything. Let's check the save stuff and my profile, both of these sections now. So let's run this. Okay, it's here. Login. This is the staff. So I'm logging in with staff. So my profile, we have my profile. First name, last name, email, and contact number. Here, designation is not there. Okay, name is update profile, my profile. So let's rename this to just second staff. I just updated the name, so I'll say update staff. And this looks ugly. Let's try to make it a bit better than this. So what we can do, maybe uh, let's remove this BG success. We will not have BG success. Let's have this as text success only. And I think this is good. And we can remove this HR. So profile updated successfully. This is fine. All right, we'll do this change. And now we have one problem. And the problem is we updated this profile, but this did not updated this information. So we have maybe we can log the user out and move it to login page. User can log in again, or we need to find a way to reset these claims etc. So I don't know yet how to do this. We'll see it later. But right now, at least profile is working for staff. Now let's log out. Why is it taking so much time? Profile details updated. Everything looks fine. Okay. Now we'll try to log in with, let's say, admin. I'm logging in. I came to my profile. This is for login. So let's change this my name. So Prince updated that thing. Update profile. This got updated. Let's log out and log in again. We can see this updated. Now let's go to manage staff, and here the second staff we can see this updated name. That means this is fine. Let's okay, we this designation is not here now, right? So we need to fix this designation issue. How can we fix this? We'll simply go to our edit profile form, and here we have this. Now let's what we can do. We can have our else condition here, and in else what we'll do, we'll simply have one hidden field. Same way we have for ID, we will have it here, and we will use this for designation. So whatever value we have in designation, it will simply be uh, passed through the same way we have it here. So save it, and now we should be good. All right, so I just want to see if we can update the stack. So designation, uh, designation, update profile. Let's change something else as well. Staff updated, so that we can see that this thing is working. And when I log in with that user's credential, we should see that manage stuff. All right, you see, because the return URL was manage stuff, and because we logged in with staff now, so staff cannot use this. So it is saying error 404, access denied. We should have this page actually. Okay. Let's remove everything from here. So we have the second staff updated. So that means this updation is working. My profile, and let's fix this thing. Update profile, log out, and now we'll go to admin again to check if we have designation this time for that particular user. So manage staff, and we still have the designation. So that means my profile is working fine. All right, cool. let's see what we can work next. But before that, let's fix that uh, this message. So instead of BG success, we'll use text success and we'll remove this HR. So now we are good with this. Okay. Do we need this security claims? No, I guess, because we moved that logic to extension method. Cool. We have this getting authentic state and getting user ID somewhere else as well, right? Where do we have that? Staff admin, save room type. I think it is somewhere. Yeah, it is here, right? Get on authentication state. This one. So here we would use the same thing. So this is on save room type. So user dot get user ID. All right. All right. So save everything, close it, and next, let's see what next we can work on. So I think we should work on the public pages now, right? Because then we can work on, yeah, from admin panel side, I think everything is fine. Just bookings management is remaining, but for that we need to have public pages ready so that a guest can see the pages, see the rooms, and they can simply book the room, right? All right, so let's see what we have here. Here we have explore our rooms, this section. So this section, we are going to remove this section. Then, so on this home page, let's first work on this section where we are displaying our rooms. So price, image, name, and rating. Rating we do not have yet. All right. Then we have these amenities, some short description, view details, and book now. If we click on view details, nothing is happening because we don't have that page. That page should lead to here. Or for booking also we should come here, right? Yep. So check in, check out, adult, child, and then select a room. So it should be it should be the room type which they have selected, because actual room number that is going to be set on the availability basis. And then special request we can have this. So both of these things are same. If guest has logged in already, then we should pre-fill these values, this name and email. If user has not logged in, the guest has not logged in, then maybe user can add these details here, and when user will press this book now, we will do two separate things. First, we'll register the user using this name and email, and then we will book this booking. So if I go to login, we had first name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password. So in this case, we should generate password, random password. No, let's do this. These things, let's add these additional fields on this booking page. So your name, email, instead of this, we'll say first name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password. And then these check in, check out, select adult, child, select room, and special request, these things. All right. We have this rooms section as well. Here also we are displaying the list. Right. Then view details. In view details, right now we don't have that view details page. I don't know what else we can display, because as per our structure we just have these things only, right, in our uh, room type, in our database, right? So if we go to our data, entities, room type, we just have name, image, price, description, max adults, children is active, and that's all what we have, right? So yeah, we can remove this view details page. We can simply use this book now. All right. Then what will be the use of this section? Check in, check out, adult, child, and when user press submit, what should happen on this submission? We should this submit, we should go to our rooms page with the rooms selected which are available for this date range and this adult and children filter. Yeah, we should do this. Yes, it makes sense. All right. And then there is no point of having some paging, because room types, as I said, these cannot be that many, right? Because these are the types of the room. So we are good with this. All right. So now what we'll do, we will simply create, first we'll start creating our service, which will have all this data, which we can see right now. All right. For this, what we can do, we can go to our services and we have room type service. Let's do this. Let's create, should I create a new folder for public services? And I cannot rename this because this is running. All right. So here I'll say public, and then I'm going to create a class, and this will be, let's say, rooms service. All right, let's inject our DB context factory. IDB context factory of type application DB context factory. All right, and let's create a field. All right, and then public async task. But before this, let's create a model which we want to display there. So for this, we'll say, do we already have some model which we can use? Room type list model. It had ID, name, image, price, nothing else. Okay, so inside models also, let's create a new folder. We'll say public. Let's create a new class. This will say room model. Okay, we can create it as a record. Here we'll say, first we need ID, short ID. Let's name it room type model only, because then we'll have some confusion. We do not want. So room type model. All right, short ID, string name, string description, decimal price, and what else we had? We had amenities. So amenity, for amenities we are going to have icon, name. No, do we have some model for amenity? We had some model, right? Room type list, user display model, user room type save model. There we had ID unit. No, let's see what we need. We need uh, amenity icon, amenity name, and amenity unit, right? We need those three things. So, all right, let's create one model here. So, public read only struct record struct. Here we'll say amenity, or we could say room type amenity. Room type amenity model. Mhm. And here we would simply have string name, then we'll have string icon, which is nullable with default value null, and then we'll have this nullable int unit with default value null. All right. So this is going to be this room type amenity models array. So these are going to be amenities. Amenities have a default value. Default parameter value for amenity must be a compile time constant. So all right, if we cannot use it like this, then we can simply use it like this. Here, not constructor, we can define this property here. So room type amenity model like this, amenities, then we can have this like this. All right. Or okay, let's do this. If we are using this approach, then we'll need to set it separately. So instead of that, let's have like this. Let's have it like this only. We are not having a default value, but we can check, null check when we are using this. All right. So this room type model from our service, which we are just creating room service. From here, we will return this. Okay. All right. So here we should name it get room types async. All right. Okay. Now first thing, we need to have access to our context. So we're using context equals using word context equals context factory dot create db context. Now we can get the room types, only the room types which are active. So here we would say var room types equals await context dot room types dot uh, where rt dot is active is true. First thing is this, and then we can apply select select, and for this select we can add values which are, first we need id, so rt.id, then name rt.name, then description rt.description, then price rt.price, then list of amenities. So these we can get from rt dot amenities dot select, and from here we can get our, what is the name of that? Room type amenity model. So new room type amenity model, and in this we need name icon unit. So name would be a.name, and a.name we cannot have it like this. So for this we need to have a.amenity dot name, a.amenity dot icon, and then a.amenity or a.unit, like this, to array. Let's break it to multiple lines so that we can see what is happening here. So where select, let's move it to the next line, rt.id, name, description, price, and amenities. For amenities, we need to have these as array. Then this we close select, and then we'll say to array async, like this. All right. So for amenities, we are having default value. No, we are not having it, right? So let's have default value. All right. Now we have these room types to be displayed on the UI. Then we can simply return these room types. Now next thing I'll do, I'll simply extract the interface from here into the current file only. Then I'm going to register this interface in our program.cs. Here, add transient I room service, and the name, it is looking like that room service, but this is not that room service. All right, so we have this iRooms service. We can use this. So first thing what we'll do, we'll add this namespace, this public namespace, this hotel booking blazor dot services dot public. We will add this to our components imports dot razor so that we can use this on all our razor components. And then we will add models as well, these public models. So hotel booking service dot models dot public. All right, now let's go to our pages, home page, and on home page we have this rooms section, right? So inside this rooms section we need to get our rooms. So let's do this for this room section, because we are going to have three different type of rooms component. What I mean is, first we are displaying it on home page with have one dedicated page for all the room types. Then we will use this for that filtering. We have that small check-in date, check-out date, adults and children selection, and on the basis of that, so we will have three different set of rooms. So what we should do, we should handle that fetching the rooms somewhere else, and we can use this rooms section just to display or just to render the rooms. So for this, what we can do, we can have parameter here, and it will be of type uh, room type model array. So here we'll call it rooms, or maybe room types only, with the default value as blank array. and this is going to be parameter, and we will use editor required because without this parameter there is no point of this component. Now we'll look through these room types. So in this, first we have our rooms, we have this heading rooms. So we might use these two sections dynamic. Okay, we'll see. But right now, let's have this. We have this first section, we have second section, then we have third. So these three are same. So we will use one of these and we'll loop through and fetch this. All right. What I'll do here, so I'll do if, not if, for each was room type in room types, and then I'm going to copy one of these. I'll add it here and let's make it dynamic. So first we need image. This we can get from room type dot image, and we don't have that. Why? Did we miss image? Yes, we missed image. All right, so maybe after name, let's have string image. Okay, let's go to the service. After name, we'll have image. All right. Now we will have image here. All right. Then we'll have this price. So for this, what we'll do, RT, not RT, room type dot price dot toString, and this we will convert it to currency. See, all right. Then this is the name of the room type. So room type dot name. Then these are amenities. So for these, we have these two things. Then for the last one, we do not have this border and ME3 and PE3. But for all others, we have this, right? So what we can do, first thing we need to look through here. So here, first we need to check if we actually have some amenities. So room type dot amenities question mark dot length is greater than 0. So here we are checking if we have some room types, sorry, amenities, then only if amenity is it not null and the length is greater than 0, this means this. All right, then we can check if this is the last one. So we can say last index, or we can use the count room type dot amenities dot length, or we can directly use this, right? Yeah, let's do this. So we can use for loop here. So let's say this is length. All right, size 0 plus plus length, and then here we will have one parameter, sorry, one variable here to generate this class. So here we will say if I is uh, so length I want to check if this is the last one. So here we will say if I equals length minus 1. There could be multiple ways to get it, but I'm using this approach. So if this is the last one, we will have nothing, and if this is not the last one, we will have this border and PE3, this class, like this. All right, and then we can generate this thing. So this class, this will be this dynamic class variable, this one, and let's do this CLS because class is a keyword in C sharp. All right, then we have this icon. For this icon, we can this like this. Here we'll say, okay, we need to have the current amenity. So here we'll say var amenity equals room type dot amenities of I. So this amenity dot icon like this, and we are good. After then this is going to be unit. So amenity dot unit and then amenity dot name like this. Then we can remove this. For now I'm just commenting this for our reference, and then we don't have rating, so let's remove this, or maybe let's have it like this only. View details book, now we'll work on it later. Then we have this description, so let's have this description, but we should have a small description, not that long. So if we check it, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, we have this here. I was thinking, where is it? So from character 55 to 153, that means 100 characters. All right. So here we can have amenity, sorry, not amenity, room type dot description dot, we need to check if its length is greater than 100, then we'll do something. So it's a good candidate for an extension method. So let's go to our extensions. Here I'm going to create one more class file, string extensions. So public static class, and then public static string, and let's say ellipsis. Here we will have our text, and we will have length, or say max length, how many character we want, and I guess we are good with this. Then we can simply check if, first thing we need to check, let's call this str. Then first thing we will check if string dot is null or white space str. If that's the case, we'll simply return str. If that's not the case, then we will do something, and that something is going to be, we will have a condition here. So here we'll say str dot length if this is, let's say, less than equals to max length which we want. If that's the case, we will simply return str again. Okay, so this condition we can add it with this only, if this is null or white space, or if this is less than or equals to max length, then we'll simply return the str as it is. If that's not the case, we will return a substring like this. So we can do this, we will return from 0, take 100, and we are good. What is the issue here? Cannot apply indexing with an, no, not substring, direct str, and like this. All right, let's use this string extensions, or let's do this. What we will do, we will take 97, uh, and then we will add dot 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 97 character from here and then 3 of these, so it will make total 100. Alright, so let's use this thing. So here we would say room type dot description dot ellipsis with, here we need 100 characters. Alright, view details book now, we'll work on it after this. So, and then we can comment all these three out and we are good now. Alright, now let's, we are already using uh, this component. This is a shared component. So let's go to our home page, and from here we are using this room section. So here we can see this line which is saying that room types collection, it needs it as a parameter. So let's add our code block here. After that we will inject our room type service, or what is the name of that service which we just created? Rooms service. Okay, so room service. This, so here we can have a private room type model underscore rooms with an empty array. Then we will override our on initialized async method. On initialized async, so it is going to be protected override async task on initialize async, and here we can get our room. So we'll say underscore rooms equals await room service dot get room types async like this, and then we can pass this underscore rooms to this as a parameter. So save everything and let's see how it looks now. I'm running it. All right, it's here and we cannot see anything here. Do we have some errors? No errors. All right, so let's add a breakpoint here and we'll see what is the issue. Let me refresh this. Breakpoint got hit. Underscore rooms, this is 0. That means we somehow having some incorrect SQL query. Select r.id name this from room types HR left join, and this is room type amenities with this, where is active is 1. Did we use is active or we missed is active? So where we are creating our room types, where is it? Okay, let's do this. First, let's continue from here. All right, log in with admin. Manage rooms, which is actually room type. We have two room types and I missed is active flag here. Right, so we missed is active flag. We need to have that flag as well. And on this page we should have back button as well to go to this page. All right, so for now what we can do, we can simply say inner service, room type service, which is that admin service. So we'll go to services, room type service, where we are creating the room types or maybe updating the room type. In both of these cases, save room type, update room type. Here what I'll do, type, where is it, save room type here. Here right now we don't have this. I'll use this true hard coded, and same with added, because for previous ones we have this added functionality only. All right, we'll make this dynamic later. We'll add that field. Then let's run it again. And now what I'll do, I'll simply edit both of the room types. I'll edit, save, that's all. It will automatically come here and it will set is active to true. All right, manage rooms, updated room type, save it. Image is required. All right, we have this issue as well. We didn't fix this. Okay, so this means, okay, we need to fix this error for sure. Image is required. So when we are coming to edit the room type, staff admin manager, save room type, here input file image. We have this room type save model. We use room type model equals this room type. So model.image, we have the image, right? We have image. Do we have some other condition somewhere? So delete image, save room type. Okay, and if underscore image is null, then we are saying image is required. This is not the way we should do it. We should first check if model.id, if this is greater than 0 or underscore image is null. Sorry, if this is equals 0 and image is null, that means this is the creation create case. This is not the edit case, right? So when we are creating, then image is required, and when we are not creating, that means we are updating, then we should be good. So for saving also, do we have something like this? Existing image URL, this image URL equals this. We need to have that condition here as well, right? Image URL. Here we need to check if so here we need to check if what is the name of that. We are using one flag. Okay, this is underscore image only, right? Which we have in e.file. So here we will check if underscore image is not null, then you don't, then you need to do this thing. If that's not the case, then we will not touch this thing, right? Because in that case we will simply let it be existing image URL. So let's have it here, existing image URL. All right, let's do this. We don't want to delete if we are not modifying anything. So here we will have this as a default value as, let's say, maybe nullable. So we'll say nullable string equals null. All right, so if we have this, then only we'll remove this. All right, so save everything. Let's run and let's edit the room types. Then we'll see on the home page if we have this, the room types generated there. Then we'll add paging, filtering, not paging, the total count basically, because on home page we just want to display 3 room types. So save. All right, go to home, and we can see these 2 room types here. All right, and this looks great, right? One Wi-Fi, 2 bed, 1 lift, 1 bed, 1 geyser. Great. And this is some random description, so we can see this. Yeah, it is looking great. Let's create one more. So add room type. Let's use the same junior suite. Price 1200. Adults 2, children 2. Description. Some sample dummy description will go here. Something like this, I don't know. Wi-Fi, bed, lift, geyser. Let's have all these. Okay, so we'll see if the this looks all right. So let's use this one. Save. Let's go to home, and now we have these 3, and it looks great. And you see this lift, we don't have icon, geyser we don't have icon, so the UI still looks fine, right? And then if we did not provide any value for that unit, then it is without that unit, so this is also fine. All right, the price is also coming up. I am from India, so for me this currency conversion, this is in rupees, INR. All right, so I guess we are good with this, right? But now the problem is, if we'll add one more room type, it will come here, right? But on home page we just want just 3 room types, not more than 3. So what do we need to do? First thing, let's stop it, and in our room type, this rooms service which we have just created here, we will expect one parameter. Here we'll say count. Okay, and let's have, no, let's not have any default value, or maybe let's have default value as -1, or maybe 0. If this is 0, that means we need to get all. So let's add this to our interface as well. Then let's generate this query first. So instead of direct var room types, what we'll do, we'll generate this query. We'll use link use deferred execution. First we'll construct our query, then we'll materialize it to get the date. So here what we'll do, here we will check if count is greater than 0. Then use this query equals query dot take count. And then finally we will return await query dot to array async, like this. So deferred execution, how it works? So for all the LinkQ query, it does not have to do anything with entity framework. This is a purely LinkQ concept. So the LinkQ queries, these gets executed in 3 cases. What are those 3 cases? First, when we materialize this, that means when we call to array async, to list async, or to list to array, or first or default sync, or all default, first default, all these methods, or we call any aggregate function. So we say we have those count method, count and count async. We have sum and sum async. We have average, average async. So all these methods, aggregate functions, the aggregate methods, if we call this, then this query is going to be run on the database side, all these things. And then there is one more case, and that is when we iterate through this. So for example, when I'll use for each or for, and when I'll do this, then it will going to be executed. So these 3 cases right now. Here we are just creating it, we are extending it, then here at this point this query is going to be executed only once. All right, so let's pass this count value from home. First, let's create one more. We will not pass any count, so we will see that it will display 4 values, then we'll provide 3, then we should see that it will return 3 values. Right, it is here. Let's create one more. Add room type. I don't know, 1 500 1 some random description, and this one does not have Wi-Fi, this just have one bed. Save. Image is required. Let's choose image. Save. We have 4. Let's go to home, and on home we are seeing this fourth one here, right? So we don't want this fourth one here. So for this, what we'll do, we'll go to our home page, and here we'll pass 3 to this get room types. I think save it, and let's refresh it. It was saying something, right? Where is my mouse? Rebuild and apply changes. Like it should show 3 room types now. Let's see how many it is showing. And we have 3 only. All right. So this section is fine now. Now we'll work on this rooms section. Okay. So on this page, we will display all our room types. So our rooms, explore our rooms. This heading is same, right? Our rooms, explore our rooms. Yes. All right. Okay. So we'll work on that next. All right. So for that, let's first check. First, let's close all these. So close all tabs. Then I'll go to rooms page where I have all the rooms, complete listing, and here I need to let's use the same call for now. We'll modify it. So we need to inject our room service. Uh, Inject room service, and then we have our rooms, everything is fine, and we have this section where we are displaying all our rooms, right? So here we will display our rooms list section. So rooms section, this section is part of that room section only, right? So shared room section, we have for each our rooms container xxlpy. That means all this, everything is a part of this component. All right, let's remove this and let's use our rooms section here, and we'll provide room types to this underscore room. So save, but here we will not use this 3. We'll have all on initialized async. Everything looks fine. All right, let's save it and let's try to run it. Okay, it's here on home page. We can see these 3. Then if we go to rooms page, we can see uh, all four room types, because right now we only have these four, right? All right, so that means this section is fine. Uh, okay. Now, what we'll work on this section. So instead of submit, we should rename this to, let's say, search, right? Because using these filters, we are actually making a search. Then we have view details and book now. So both of these should go to the same booking page. So what we can do, we can have uh, only one link, which we'll say book now, which will come to this page. All right, book a luxury room and all this section. All right, all right. So check-in date, check-out date, adult, child. We need to make some complex logic here, but let's do it. First, let's stop it. And all those four fields. First, let's check that section. Where is that section? That was, where was that? Booking small, this one, right? So I guess we should rename this to something like search or filter. So we'll rename this, rename filter section, something like this. All right. So filter section, it should have updated the layout, but let's verify. Where is our layout? Was it on main page? Inner page layout? Booking small. It should be filter section. Admin layout. We are good. All right. Okay. So we have this filter section now. Now the things we have on this section, we should have some model. We will use that model to capture all these values. Okay. So for this, let's have it here only. So I'll move it, but right now let's have it, or maybe let's create it at the correct place only. So what I'll do, I'll check our models in maybe public. Let's create a new, not razor component, class. So here I'm going to create a new class. This I'll call it filter model. Okay. And then it is going to have couple of fields. First one will be uh, date time, check-in date, then one more, checkout date, then one more, which will be, let's check what all we have here. First thing, we have check-in date, we have date 2, which is checkout date, then we have number of adults, then we have number of children. So these two things as well. So here I'll say int adults and then int children. All right. And this filter model, we should make all these nullable. All right. Okay. Now let's use this filter model and date time. But the way they are using this is input type text. And what is this? Data target has date, which is date one, data toggle, date time picker. Okay, date time picker input. They are using some third party date time picker control. All right. That means we need to use these as text or date. Let's try if date time works, will be good. If date time does not work for this, we'll simply make these string and then we'll have our conversion logic somewhere else. All right, maybe here only we'll have additional properties which we can use in our backend. For now, let's use this only. So here, what I'll do, I'll create this model. So filter model, let's say filter, or let's call it model only, with the default value. Then I want this to be supplied from form. Okay, I'm going to use this as a form so that we can submit this, right? So supply parameter from form, we have this model. Now I am going to have one parent edit form. So let's have it. Maybe let's wrap everything inside that edit form. Edit form like this. Then we will have, okay, first let's add the model. It will be this model which we have here. Then we want to use enhanced forms here. Then we need to use our form name. So let's say filter form. All right. Then let's modify these. So this should be input text. And all right, now we will have a situation. Let's try input date if it works. So here I'll use input date and bind value equals model dot check-in date, and then I'll copy all these attributes, placeholders, everything here. All right, then let's comment this existing input field for now. Then let's copy the next one. Let's create it here, edit form and bind value. It should be model dot checkout date. All right. Then I'll copy all these attributes to this. All right. Then I'll comment this out. Okay. Then we have these adults, number of adults. So we have select. Let's do this. We'll use input select. We'll have bind value for model dot adults. All right. And it should have this class form select. And then we'll have our options. Okay. So for this adults 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe let's have a loop from 1 to 10. So here we could say for int I equals 1. I is, or maybe let's start from 0. So if this is 0, then we'll show all basically. We'll not apply this filter. And then I is less than, it's up to the requirement how many adults we can allow in our hotel. For now, maybe let's have 5 only. So I'll use less than 6. That means 5. I plus plus. Okay. And here we can have option value as I, and then text we can use at the rate I, and then we can have this adults. Let's comment this out. Same thing we'll do for our children's drop down. So I'll comment this, and here also we'll use same thing, but this time we'll use children. And if you actually want to make it dynamic, you can try it. This section you can make it dynamic like this. We can check if I is greater than 1, then we'll use children, else we'll use child. All right, then we have this submit button. So button class this, here we will use our uh, type submit so that it submits the form. Submit. All right, so we have our edit form ready. Save everything. All right, let's create a method now to handle the form submission. So here I'll say private async task and handle filter, something like this. And here we can say on valid submit, because in this case we are not having any validation, so we can simply use on submit. So valid, invalid uh, doesn't matter in this case. So here we'll say handle filter. All right, I think handle filter, I think like this. All right. Now here we will have the actual dynamic values in this model. We can access this model here. Now when we'll use this, what we will do, we will pass this data, what we have in this model. What we are going to do, we are going to show our rooms page with these filters applied. So that means what we should do, maybe instead of doing this as form, should we get this from query strings? I think. First, let's see if we can get these values here. Then I'll think what we can do. Maybe. Okay, let's first see if we can get these values. So let's run it. Right, it's here. Go to an intermediate page and we have some issue here. System string to type input date type, it cannot convert it because we have type text. So let's try to remove this type text. Rerun. Where is it? Right, it's here. And we still have invalid operation exception. Edit form requires either a model parameter or an edit context parameter. Please provide one of these. We have provided it, right? Edit form. It is talking about that only, right? Because that's the only change we have done. So this is model. This is model edit form. We have provided edit form model here. Object model, and this model we have default value as well. What is the issue? Am I missing something here? Edit form requires either a model parameter or an added context. And I have already provided model parameter. Maybe I'm making some silly mistake. Do let me in the comment if you figure out what the issue is. So pause this video, drop me a comment, then continue with this one. So I'll see, show row exception, nothing is here. Model, edit form, we have, I am setting this model parameter here. What is it? Edit form, input date, button type submit. Okay, let me try to find out what the issue is. Oh my god, what a silly mistake. You see this edit form? It should have been input date, not edit form. Alright, so I made one change, and the change is inside this filter model. I have added default values for all these. So check-in date, I'm setting it to today. Checkout date, tomorrow. So date time dot today plus add days 1, then adult 0, children 0. Okay, let's try it out. All right, it's here. Continue, and we can see this. All right, so this is showing the correct dates. Okay, okay. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. Now we need to work on this. So first let's select some dates. This is not working. Oh, it worked. What is it? It worked this time. Oh, if I click on this icon, show date picker, then only it works. Okay, we are good. So I've selected two dates, four adults, submit. We came here. And now if we check this model, oh my God. So let's open quick watch. If we'll see model here, we can see all these values. So children 0, adults 4, and then these two dates. Alright, so that means we have these values now. Now we need to somehow go to the rooms page with all these values. And now, let me think. So what I can do, first let's inject navigation manager. We can generate a dynamic URL here. So I'll inject navigation manager. I'll name it navigation manager only. Then we can get navigation manager dot get URI with query parameters. Name, date, time, value, and we can have multiple values. All these are one by one only. Returns a URI that is constructed by updating navigation manager.uri with a single parameter added, updated, or removed. But there was one more method in which we can provide a dictionary, right? So get URI, okay, with parameters. All right. Returns a URI constructed from navigation manager.uri with multiple parameters added, updated, or removed. All right, so we can have I read only dictionary of type, string, and object. All right, and we can have some base URI as well. Okay, so what I'll do here, first I'll check, or maybe, okay, let's do this. Let's generate this URI. So here I'll say uh, rooms page URI equals, here I'm going to say navigation manager dot get URI with query parameters, and I'm going to use this one, the second overload which has URI. So here I'll say rooms, right? This is the URL for our rooms page slash rooms, yes. And then dictionary of parameters. So here I'll say parameters equals new dictionary string object, and then I'll set the values here, and these values are going to be name of model dot uh, check-in date equals, or maybe let's do this, let's go to this filter model and let's have that one helper method here only. So here I'll say public I read only dictionary of string object, and here I'll say to dictionary like this. All right, and here I'll create dictionary with string object, and then I'll add all the values. So model dot, not model dot directly, I'll say name of check-in date equals check-in date, and then I'll copy this a couple times. Checkout date, checkout date. So left one is the name key of the dictionary and right one is the actual value. Then the third one adults, fourth one children, and we are good. Let's make it nullable, nullable. All right. So to dictionary, and here we can say parameters. We can directly use this model. Here we'll say model dot to dictionary like this, and here we have this room space URI. Now we can easily navigate to this page. So navigation manager dot navigate to this page, and we can have it as normal method without async, because we are not doing any async operation inside this. So let's remove this async prefix suffix. All right, we have it here. Now it will navigate there. Now we will have one missing piece. Let's first see how it looks. Okay, it's here. I'll go to some page. Let's go to about page. We have these values. And if I submit, it will come here. Navigation exception. What is the URL? If I continue, it came to the rooms page. Yeah, I see this problem. So navigation manager.navigate to, it actually throws some exception. And I don't know in which case it throws, it doesn't break anything. So this is how it works. Alright, now if we see the URL, we have check-in date, we have checkout date, we have adults, we have children, we have all these values, and we navigated to this rooms page. Now on this rooms page, we need to do two things. First thing is we need to capture these values from this query string and we need to fill these values in this section, right? Right now this does not have anything. The next thing we need to do on the basis of these values, we should list our room types on the basis of these values actually. So first let's uh, check the logic. First let's make the logic to get these values and fill these values in this filter section. Okay, so what we'll do, we have this model, we are saying supply parameter from form. It will supply parameter from form for post case, but right now when we navigated to that page, that rooms page, on that page also it was getting set, and when it was getting set at that time it was a get request and all those values were in query string, right, not in form. So what we can do, maybe we can have our own initialized method and then we can have our HTTP context to be injected here. So HTTP context, okay, and then it will be cascading parameter with default value. Then in here, I will check if this is get request or post request. If HTTP methods dot, if this is get, returns the value in HTTP request method, HTTP context dot request dot method. If this is post, then we'll leave it for this only. So for model, it will be filled from this form only. But if this is get, in that case, we can simply get all the values from the query string. So what I'll do, I'll make one more copy of this. I never used, by the way, the supply parameter from query, I think. So let's supply parameter from query. Can it fill multiple values? Let's try it out. So we'll say model from query, something like this. And let's do this. Let's add a breakpoint here and we'll see what values we are getting. So let me stop it. Okay. And let's run it. I just want to see that if we are getting the values correctly or not. Okay, it came. Let's move to some page and now we have query string values cannot be parsed as type this. Supply parameter from query blazor.net. Routing and navigation, control F, supply parameter from query attribute, and we can get one by one only. We need to get one by one. Okay, maybe we can try something else, but okay, let's use this approach only right now because this recording this is already very long. Maybe in some future video we'll see some other approach. Right now let's do this. So filter model, here I'm going to say check-in date It will be date time. It will again be date time. Or maybe let's get all these from here only. Okay, and then let's duplicate this, get parameter from query. All right. Now we'll check. Let's run this. Let's see if we are getting these values. Okay, we are here. Let's move to some page. Oh, we have breakpoint. So here, continue, continue. I pressed about link 2 times. So it is 27. Let's make it some different date. This also some different date. And let's leave adults like this only and 3 children. If I submit, it came to this page again, and this time it should be post, but we should have values in this model. If I check, yes, we have values 0, 3, and those values. Continue, continue, and now it again got hit. This time it came to this get, and now we should see what values we have in all these. So in check-in date, we have 20. In checkout date, we have 31st. For adults, it should be 0 only. Yes, and for children, it should be 3. So that means all the values are getting populated in this case. Now what we'll do, we'll simply fill this model out of these values. Okay. So here what we'll do in this case, we'll say model dot check-in date, model dot children equals children. Let's do this only. So check-in date equals this check-in date. Checkout date is checkout date. Then adults, this adults and children. So we are good with this case. So save everything, remove this breakpoint, and let's run it. It should work as we are expecting it to. Let's see. Okay, it's here. We'll go to about. Let's choose some random dates from 13 to 31st, 0 adults, 5 children. Submit, continue, and it came to this page. Here we have 13, 31st, 0, 5. That means all the values are perfectly fine. Let's try to modify this on this page only. So it is going to post to this, but this same page only, and we are good with this also. All right. The only thing we will change here 12, 12, 13, 2, 0. It is actually getting the hmm, time part as well, I guess. Right? It should have been just 12. Okay, we can use the date only. I have never used date only. Let's try to use that. What we'll do, instead of date time, we'll say date only. Date only. So date only, or how can I convert this today to, is this has this to date only or something like this? Date only, let's see what methods we have in this date only. Date only, minimum value. Okay, from day number, date only. Date time to date time to date from date time. All right. We have date only dot date time, and here we'll say date time dot today dot today like this. And let's use this for this also. So date only dot from date time dot today at days 1 for tomorrow, and we are good. Let's do this same thing in our model, this filter model. So I'll modify check-in date, then I'll modify checkout date. Let's see if we are getting just date part in the URL in query strings. All right, it's here. Let's see. And we are getting 23, 30, 0, 3, and in URL also we are getting the just date, not time. Cool. So I think we are good with this. And now we can modify this URL as well. So I'll make it 5. If I do this, we can see 5. Everything is working fine. All right. So we have this filter section ready. Now first let's change this submit to maybe search, and then we'll work on this section and we'll apply all these values, all these filters to our room types patching logic basically. All right. So if I go to filter section, okay, this is the filter section only. Here, I'll say instead of submit, I'll say search. Let's stop and let's remove all these commented code because we don't need all this now. All right. Okay, save everything. Mhm. Our room in rooms, we are directly getting rooms. Okay, no. So on this room.razor page, we need to have all these query strings again. On this page, our rooms page, we need to have all these. Now we need to make the logic to check these values, and okay, that means we should not have default values, or should we? Because if we have these default values, let's make this nullable only. We will not have any filters by default. So that means we can remove this default value. For adults and children, that is fine. We can check for 0. And same thing we should do here as well. I'll remove this. I'll remove this. And same thing I'll do in filter model. Let's say for now just comment. All right. Save everything and we are good. Rooms. Now we need to modify our get room types async. This method. So when we are using this on initialized async, first let's prepare our filter model. So filter model, equals new filter model, and we will fill all these values. So let's have one constructor here, generate constructor, use all these values. I'll do this, and I'll have default constructor as well. So now I'm going to use this filter model in this case where I'm just generating this filter model. So filter model, I can provide check-in date, this parameter, then checkout date, then this adults, and then this children. What is the issue? No issue. All right. Now in this get room types async method, we need to use this filter model. We already have one count. We'll leave it like this only. And then we will have one more parameter, which will be that filter model. Let's make it nullable so that from home page it works same as before. All right. Now we need to have some complex logic on the basis of this filter model. Hmm. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break, then we'll work on this section. All right. So before this count, let's add our logic. And what happened? Again, some issue. My keyboard is not working. Let me close the Visual Studio, open it again. All right, it's working now. Okay, so here first I will check if this filter is not null. If this is not null, then only we are going to apply additional filter logic. So in filter, first thing, uh, for dates, for these dates we need to have some complex logic. What logic? We need to check if that particular room type is available for that particular date. That means we need to go to our bookings table, apply some query there on the basis of these dates. Then we need to check our room type. So for this kind of complex logic, and which requires multiple trips to the database, so what I mean is we need to first get the bookings for this check-in and check-out dates, then check the available room types for those dates, then apply that additional logic. So for this kind of stuff, I prefer stored procedures, but in this video we are not going to do that. We will use EF core only, LINQ queries. So this is not that much performant, but we are good for this scenario in this case. So before this, let's work on this adults and children's, because these filters we can directly apply. So here first I'll check if filter dot adults is greater than 0. Okay, that means user applied. So these things, these should be, we could say it should not allow more than this, right? Less than this allowed. So if user says that he want to search for, there are going to be only two adults, so we can show any room type which allows adults greater than or equals to 2, right? Less than 2 should not be shown on this page. Yes, that's the way it should work. All right, so what we'll do here we'll modify our query in a way query dot where. So here we are going to check rt dot what we don't have. Oh, I already added this select, right? So I need to remove this select from here and I'll add that select, let's say at the very end. Hmm. Here I can say I should say rt dot max adults. Okay, it should be greater than filter dot adults, right? Or greater than or equals to, like this. Cool. Then we'll check the similar condition for our children's. So here I'll do same thing. Okay, if it's greater than 0, then we'll say max children greater than equals to filter dot children. All right. Okay, looks good. Now these two conditions are okay, but then comes the check-in date and check-out date filter. So for this, we will work on this after some time when we will have that booking logic completed. Then we'll apply these check-in and check-out date filters. Okay. All right. Apart from this, we should be good. And now we can go to our page, rooms page. Here we can pass our filter model and count 0. So let it be count. Let count be 0 only. So we'll just provide our filter model and we should be good here. So save everything. Let's run it and let's see if this logic is working for uh, children and adults count. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, it's here. So we can go to any page, select any date here because right now we are not using these date filters. Adults, let it be 0. Children, let's say 2. Search and no converter registered for type. Public filter model. Did we miss something? Component endpoint, form mapping, this, and that. And let's go to our filter section. Did we miss something? Model. What is the issue? Okay, let's see at what place we are getting this error. So it is saying invalid operation exception, no converter register for type hotel booking blazor.model public filter model. And this is for services, this is for post. For get it is working fine, right? Yes. For post it is not working. Did we change something in between? I don't think so. Let's add breakpoint on this filter section. Let's say on initialized. Here I'll add a breakpoint, then I'll add a breakpoint here. Then I'll add a breakpoint here. All right, let's try it out. If I hit search, it directly throws this endpoint form mapping, converter, constructor parameters. Is complaining about filter model. We have added the uh, constructor to this constructor, but we have this public constructor as well. Okay, let me see. Let's try if this is the issue. So what I'll do, I'll change this parameterized constructor to a static factory method. Here I'll say public static filter model. Let's say get filter model, something like this. And here I'll say return new filter model like this, and I'll change these semicolons to simple comma. All right, save, and on that page, let's first stop it. And on the rooms page, let's say filter model dot get filter model. Save it and let's run it. Let's see if this was the issue or something else is broken. Did I add breakpoint here? Continue. Okay. Services. Let's remove this. Continue. Remove this. Continue. All right. Let's select some dates and some children, and we are here. Okay, that was the issue. I didn't know that it cannot have parameterized constructor. Okay, that's fine. So now we are good, and on this page we cannot see any room because maybe the room types are not accounting for this. So what I'll do, I'll simply copy this URL so that we can directly use this. Then I log in with admin. Let's manage room types. So let's go to this last one, saver, and here I'll make this max children 3. Okay, save it, and now if I use the same URL, I should see that one room. Yes, that means this filter logic is working. Cool, so it looks fine now. If I say 0 and if I hit search, it should show all. Yes. Alright, so that means this logic is also working. Now, next thing what we'll do, we'll simply have only one button here, view detail, because we don't have any other details. We have description, we have image, price, name, amenities, everything we have on this screen. So there is no point of having view detail. But for this book now, we can simply navigate user to that booking page, this page, or maybe, yeah, no view detail, there is no detail. Let's navigate user to this book a luxury room to this. And when user is coming from some particular uh, listing, it's this room, this should be selected and it should actually be that room type. So here we should display all the room types in this drop down, or we should have that logic. If we change anything from here, maybe adults or children, so this should also list only the room types which are available as per this criteria. Yes, it should behave like this. So that means this page needs interactivity now. And when some page needs interactivity, we need to make it as interactive. So in our case, we are using interactive server. So this particular section, or let's say this component, we can make it interactive server, and then we'll work on this. All right. Okay, so let's stop this first and let's start working on that page. So that component, that is components shared, I guess. Not shared. Okay, let's. Oh no, that is not shared. That is a dedicated page. So in pages, we should have booking.razor, this page. Okay. All right. So for this page, let's change it to render mode interactive serve. Okay. And we can simply disable the pre-rendering for this page, because there is no point of having pre-rendering. We are not using this page to throw out some content. This is actually a form. So new interactive server render mode, and we will have pre-render forms. All right. Okay, room booking, luxury room, H1. What is this? Okay, book a luxury room. Okay, all right. This is direct thing. We have couple of images. These are just a design. Then we have this form which we are going to use as our edit form. So for this, let's create a model, or let's say, yeah, let's create a model, and in this, these should be required fields. So we have name, email. So instead of your name and your email, we will have the, because if user comes to this page, guest comes to this page, we need to register that guest as a user in our application, right? That means we need uh, all those fields, all those properties which we have on register page. All right, so let's do that only. So we'll go to our models folder, models, let's go to public only, and here I'm going to create a new class, and this I am going to call it booking model. And then I'll add all the uh, properties from user, register model, and other properties as well. Okay, I'll add those. Let's copy those. So register user model, let's copy everything. And we can use inheritance here, but data annotation validations, these actually have some issues with inheritance with edit form and all these data annotation validator. So that's why I'm going to just copy it. So for password and confirm password. Yeah, let's have these two as well here. So on these two, I think we should remove this required field, this required annotation, and that's because user might be already logged in. Okay, okay, let's have it like this. In that case, we'll have some default values for this. And then after this, let's have these filter model properties. All right. So I'll add these here, and designation we don't need this here because we know this is going to be for guest only. So and here we could have these default values. Date only, check-in date, and these should not be nullable here. And I guess we are good with all these things. Yeah, we are good. So our booking model is ready. Now we can use this booking model on our booking.razor page. Now we will just do one dynamic thing, and that thing is going to be these initial properties: first name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password. These things we will check if guest user is already logged in. Then we are not going to display all these things. We will have this in code level only. Okay, and if user is not logged in, then we'll display this so that user can fill up these values, and we can create user account first and then create a booking. All right, and yeah, we need to have room type ID as well. So pro short room type ID. Right, let's have this as required, which is by default. So here we will say, let's say range and 1, and here we could use, I don't know, some bigger value, let's say 100. All right, room type ID, and for this we will add error message. Here we'll say please select room, because for end user it is room only, but for our logic this is room type, and from this room type we will figure out some room. All right, okay, looks like everything is fine here. All right, now we'll use this booking model on our booking.razor page. Okay, so first thing, let's create the model here. So private booking model equals new, the default value. All right, now we'll use one edit form here, or maybe before that, let's fill this model with the values if user is already logged in at this point of time. For this, what I'll do, I'll override our on initialize async method, and I'm going to inject our authentication state provider. So auth state provider, we need to check if user is authenticated or not at this time. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply say var auth state equals await auth state provider dot get authentication statusing. Okay, and here we could check if auth state dot user dot identity dot is authenticated. So using this complete thing. Now this could be nullable. So this identity could be nullable. So we'll check like this and we'll check if this is true. That means user is logged in here. Okay. So if user is logged in, we will simply fetch user details from auth state claims basically, and we'll add those values to this model. Okay. And let's do one more thing. Maybe, okay. That thing I was thinking maybe we can have that flag inside this booking model only, but maybe we can have that here. So here I am going to have one boolean field. So private bool, and let's say is authenticated. Okay, and I'll set it to true here. Then we'll simply get the values for this user. So when we say values, uh, maybe we can fill these values inside this booking model only. We can create a model, create a method here. So I'll say mm, public void set value, something like this. And here we can get our user, which is claims principal. So claims principal, and let's call it principal only. And here we could say set values from claims principal, something like this. All right. Now from this principal, we can get the values and we can fill the values to this, right? So here, first we need to check what all values we are setting. So if we go to our login, components, account, pages, login, and here if we check, these are all the values we are setting, right? So we can get all these values from claims, all these values. All right. So here what we'll do, let's get all these values. So first principal dot find first value, and here we need to provide claim type. So for full name, this is going to be this name. So var full name, then let me copy it a couple of times. Then we are going to use all these. So role name, the second one, this is role name. Then comes image. We are not using this image right now, right? Okay, let's skip this. Then we have email, email, email. Then we have designation, and we will not use this designation because this is for guest actually. All right. Apart from this, we need user ID. So did we create some method get user ID? Yes, we created that method get user ID. We can use that here. And I guess we are good with all these things. Now we can fill these values. So first name, last name, email, contact number. Now we know from this first name, full name, we could get first name and last name. So here we could say first name equals full name dot split, and we could split this with a space, right? Now, mm, let's do this var parts. This is the splitted full name. And then here we could set our first name to parts 0, which we know we will have it for sure. But for last name, we will check if parts dot length is greater than 1. Okay. If this is actually greater than 1, that means we have last name. Then parts dot 1, else we'll use null, which is the default value. Then comes email. So for email, we have email. Then we don't need user ID. Do we have role? No, right? Because role we will set it to the guest only if we'll create it. So first name, last name, email, contact number. This is required field. And we are not setting contact number in claims. All right, let's set it. So I'll copy one of these. So let's copy designation only. Here I'll say custom claim types. Let's add contact number as well. Contact number. So here we'll use our contact number and user dot contact number. This should not be nullable. Yes, we are good. All right, now we can get this as well. So here we'll use contact number like this, and it should be contact number like this. All right. So we'll set our contact number, or maybe we can directly set these from here only. So let's set email, set contact number. We'll see if we need this user ID or role. All right, name we are setting here. This is fine. All right. Okay. Maybe we should check the authentication state here only. Yeah, so here I'll say if principal dot identity dot is authenticated equals true. That means user is authenticated, then only I'll set all of these values. Else I'm not going to set anything. All right. Okay, we have set last name. After that, we have first name, last name, email, contact number, then password and confirm password. If user is already logged in, we are not going to display these two things. But because we have these as a part of model, so what we will do here, we will simply use this here, but we will not create user. So we will simply skip this in our backend logic where we are going to create that user. At that time we'll simply skip it. Right now we are having this so that we can bypass the data annotation validations on that page. So for password equals confirm password equals some random name, or maybe so p at the rate as 123 something, some complex password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, don't worry, we will ignore it. We will not save it in the database, having it just to bypass the data annotation validations. Okay, all right. So save everything and now we are good. User ID role name, we are not using this, so let these be like this only. All right. Here we know that this email is not going to be null, so we can do this, we can do this. Or should we do all these? Should we set the correct values? We can simply skip all these values, right? Because the point here is we just need that user identity when we are when we are making a booking actually. And if we already have all these values, we can set any random value, right? Yeah. Okay, that means I did this just uh, okay, let's change this method and I'm just going to say public void set uh, dummy value, something like this. Okay, and then we can set all these to some dummy values. We don't have to show all these values on the UI when we are creating the booking. Yeah. Okay, so here we can use anything. So blazing at blazing.com, contact number 12345678890, then first name, last name, blazing, last name, hotel, password. So let's have this here. All right. Okay. So that means there is no use of this method, but I'll have it as commented code here if you want to reference it for something. All right. So now we'll go to our booking page, booking.razor. Now we know is authenticated is true. So if that's the case, we will set model.set dummy values. Okay. Now we are good. Now we can use this model in this page. All right. So here, if we check first one, we have some images, then form. We have form here only, right? All right. So let's use our edit form here. I'm going to remove that HTML form. Now for this edit form, we'll set our model, which is going to be our underscore model. And then inside this, we are going to have our data annotation validations. All right. After that, let's have all the fields. So for this first, I'm going to have first name, last name, but for that, we need to check if is authenticated. If it is not authenticated, then we'll display all those fields, that first name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password, all those fields. If that's not the case, we will simply display the other values. Okay. So here, let me first get this and I'm going to make copy of this. So this is your name. So let's, but we should have first name and last name, right? First name. So this should be input text. Type text, we don't need this. Here we will use our bind value equals underscore model dot first name. Okay, ID we don't need this. Okay, we can have this just for because we have this label for And what is the issue with this? Oh, self-closing. Yeah, we need to make it self-closing. All right. Okay, let's copy this. Call SM6. After this, we'll have it for last name, and we missed validation. So let's have our validation message for model dot first name class text danger, and we can use this same for last name. So last name, and we can change this name, ID, last name. This is just for HTML semantics, nothing else. So these names are up to you. You can name these whatever you want. And then first name, last name. After that, let me copy it one more time. This we will use for email, and labels first name, last name, email, email, and ID email, label for email, and placeholder email. Then we'll have our contact number. So contact number, contact ID, contact, and here also contact number, and this validation message for contact number. All right. After that, we'll have two for our password and confirm password. So password, password, ID password, label for password, validation message for password, and placeholder password. And on this, we will set input text with type password. Type password. All right, I'm going to copy this password and we'll make this confirm password. So not contact number, confirm password, and let's copy this. So confirm password, ID will be confirm password only, and placeholder will also be confirm password. All right, so all these fields we will display only when user is not authenticated. If user is authenticated, we will not display all these things. So we can simply collapse this for now. And now we will have all our booking related fields. So that means we can remove this your name and your email. We have check-in date, checkout date, adults, child, select a room. So this select a room, this is actually the room type. So we will have it selected already on the basis of when user clicks on some uh, book a room from previous page. So we will have it like that. Then special request book now. So looks like everything is fine. Yeah, this is already booked now. Okay, let's modify these. So here for check-in date, let's have, here we will have input date, bind value for model dot check-in date, and then I'm going to copy all uh, these attributes, and I'll add these here only in this input date. All right. Then same thing we will do with this second checkout date. Let's modify this only. So input date, we will remove type, and we will set bind value to model dot checkout date. All right. Then we have this adults and child. This, so this thing we can actually, we already have this in our components, right? The in shared we have that filter section, right? So we have this. So adults, let's copy this input select for adults, and we'll add it here. This has ID select, so we'll use this only. ID select, and we'll remove this select, and this should be underscore model. All right, same thing for children. So let's copy this, and this has the ID of select 2, so we'll add that explicitly. ID select 2, and this should be underscore model. All right, then we have room, so we'll make this, but before that, let's see if this thing is working. Yeah, then we'll populate all the room types. We need to have this field as drop down list, but before that I want to just check if we can see all these things correctly. So let me run this. All right, it's here. So let's directly go to booking, and we have first name, last name, email, contact, all these fields. And because we are not logged in, now let's try to log in with any account. It does not matter. If we go to booking now, we can see those fields: name, email, contact number, password, confirm password. Those are not here now, and we have all these things. So that means that thing is working. If we log out, we can see we now again have all these fields. Great. Let's work on this room type. So for this, what we will do, let me first stop it. Let's have one list here, one array basically. So private uh, room type DTU, but this will just have ID and name. So we should have some other type of uh, model. Let's call it maybe lookup. So new not razor component class, and let's say lookup model, or maybe the drop down list lookup. Let's call it lookup model, and we will make it as read only record struct. It will just have two values. We might use it for something else as well, so let's make it generic. So here we will have TID, so type of ID. So TID ID and string name. Okay, now let's use this type here. So it should be private and lookup model of the room type. It has ID of short, right? So if we go to here, we have room type ID is short. Yes. So short, we will say room types with default value as blank array. It should be an array. All right. Now in our room type service, let's create a method which will return these room types lookup. So let's go to our services, maybe public, room service, and here let's add this here in our interface. So here we'll say task lookup model of type short, get room type lookup, something like this. All right, now let's provide body for this. So here we'll say public async task lookup model of type short, get room types lookup, and from here what we'll do, we'll say await context factory dot create db context. Now we need to use using, so let's make it full body. Here I'll say using word context equals context factory dot create db context, and then we can simply say return await context dot room types dot select. Is this has some active? So rt dot is active. Yes, we will just use active ones. Select rt new lookup model, and here we'll provide rt dot id and rt dot name, and then to array async. So this is our method which is ready. Let's remove this thing and let's break it down to the multiple lines. So here I'll say let's move here to the next line, that let's move select to the next line, that let's move to array async to the next line. And what is the error here? It says cannot implicitly convert this short array. Okay, this should be lookup model of shorts array. All right, so now we have get room type lookups. So from here we can fetch that collection. So what we'll do here, we'll do where room types task equals, we will not await it right now, so we'll not make it sequential, because these two values are checking the authentication state and getting the room types. These two are not dependent on each other, so we can uh, query these independently, right? So that's why first thing I'll inject our room service, room service, and from this room service I'll say get, oh, what I did, rooms service. I'll copy this thing, then room service dot get room types lookup like this, and I have not awaited it here, that's why I made it task. And after doing this, here I would say underscore room types equals await and room types task like this. So now we have these two things running parallel. Now we have room types, this underscore room types. Now we can make this drop down here. Here we'll say input select, okay, bind value, and it would be model dot room type id, class this form select. ID, this select 3. And inside this, we can have our options. So first option, we will have select room. Here we'll just say select room. The value for this we are going to have, let's say maybe 0, the default value. And then we will have our for each loop here. So var room type in underscore room types. And then we'll have our option value. It should be room type dot id. And then room type dot name. All right, then this is select a room, which is fine. Now we can remove this HTML select from here. Then we have this text area for special request. So let's use input text area for bind value. It would be for underscore model dot special request. I didn't add this special request. If you go to booking model, okay, we are missing this. So we should have this as well. It should be a nullable string. Let's say special request. And we will have max length of maybe let's say 150, not more than that. All right. And room type ID is required here. Okay. All right. So here we'll say model special request. And then we can have these class, placeholder, ID, style, everything same. All right, then we can remove this text area because we have our input text area. Fine, I guess we have all the things ready now. Cool. Now on this page, one more thing we will have, and that thing is going to be the room ID. When I say room ID, if we come from the rooms page or maybe home page, there we have room type list. And if user pressed book now button from there, then user should come to this page. Okay. So that means when user will come to this page, we will have one property here. Let's make it nullable short. And we will name it maybe selected room type ID, something like this. And this should be supply parameter from query. And the name we'll use maybe RT or room hyphen type maybe. Let's use this. So in this we will check this room type ID in our own initialized async method here. So here what we'll do, we will check if selected room type ID dot has value and that value is greater than 0. If that's the case, we will simply set underscore model dot room type ID equals this selected room type ID dot value, like this. All right. Now one more thing, let's add the validation message to all the fields. So this is check-in date. So let's add this here. Check-in date, then comes our checkout date, then adults, then children, And then comes room type. Then comes special request. Alright, looks like everything is fine. So we'll save it and let's run it. Let's see how it looks. Alright, it came, booking, and nothing came. Oh, there is some error. Let's check what the error is. Console, circuit options, and we don't know what is the error. We can see it here. It says query string values cannot be parsed as type system.null label. Query string value this. Uh, okay, so that means if we cannot parse it as null label, then we maybe will have it as default value 0. Let's try it out. Then this here we will just check if this value is greater than 0. Then we'll set it. Save, run. Where is it? It's here. Booking. And we still have some error. Again. Query string values cannot be parsed as system dot. Query string value should always be as string, but we are already having this on our filter component, right? So shared filter section, we have these with different types. It was working before it because it was statically server side rendered page. I don't know. Okay, let's try to make it string and we'll try to parse it so then we can have it nullable. So that means we could just say selected room type, and here we will have some condition in that, not condition, yeah, some logic that will be string dot is null or white space selected room type if this is not null or white space, and we can short dot try parse, we can convert this to short. So this would be selected room type. Select room type, selected room type, should be selected room type. Selected room type. If we are able to parse it, we'll simply use out short and let's say room type ID, not underscore, room type ID. And then we will have one more condition. Let me break it down to multiple lines. If this is also true, then we will check if this room type ID is greater than 0. So if this fulfills all these three conditions, then we'll set model.roomTypeID to this room type ID. Save everything and let's try it out if it works this time. We have some error. What is the error? Did I miss something here? Okay. Run. Okay, let's check booking. and we have all these values. This is fine. Select a room. We can see our room types here. Now let's check this. So let's check ID of one of these. So we have select and 0 2 3 4 5. Let's set 3 in query string, right? So we'll just see if it is able to get the value from query string. So room type equals 3. If I refresh this, we have room type, first room type selected. If I make it 5, we have that room type selected here. That means that selection is also working. Then let's do this. Let's check all these things. So I'm setting the date, selecting some dates. Then this, search, continue. We have this and all these values should be selected here. Oh, it went to rooms page. Yeah. Okay. On the base for this criteria, nothing is working. But there is no room for this criteria. Continue. We have all these rooms. All right. Okay, no problem. Let's work further on this booking page. So if I just press it, I would have all these errors. Okay, so next thing what we should work on, we should move to this page from our room section, right? Whenever user presses that book now button, we should remove this view details, and whenever user presses this book now button, it should go to the booking page with this room type selected there. Okay, all right. So let's go to rooms section, this page, and now I think we can remove all this commented junk. Let's remove this. All right. In this room types, we have, let's remove these as well. We have this view details and book now button, right? So we will remove this view detail. We will just have book now, but we will use btn primary on this. We will not use that this thing. So book now, but we have justify content between, so it will be in center. So let's use justify content end so that it moves to the right. Now on this page for the href, what we will do, we will have uh, bookings, bookings or booking, just booking, right? This is booking. Then we will have room hyphen type equals room type ID, which we can get from this room type. So room type dot ID, like this. All right. I think we are good. This is the same component which is in use on both of these pages, home page and rooms page, dedicated rooms page. So we should be good now. Let's run and let's see if we have this room type selected there. All right, we have it here. If we go to maybe from home page only, let's select this junior suite. If I book now, we came here and junior suite is selected. Let's go to dedicated rooms page. Here we have the saver. If I book now saver, saver is selected. Great. All right, now let's change one more thing. This page is booking. Let's have this direct page and we'll say book a room. Okay, let's go to our that is part of headers, I guess. So component, shared, header, and we have this booking. So we will have this direct link. We'll say book a room and we'll say booking. And then we can simply get rid of this nav link. All right. So save everything. Let's check, refresh this page, and we can see a book a room page now. All right. Great. Now we need to work on one more thing, and that thing is right now if we select these children, adult, now we can see all these room types, but we have some limitations that maybe for two adults, two children's, maybe this first room, this is not applicable for this. Maybe this is a small room which does not allow two adults or maybe two children. So the point is we should have this drop down driven by these two things, at least these two things. Okay, we need to make these dependable on these check-in and check-out date as well. We'll work on this later once we have the booking logic ready, then we'll work on this, but for now let's at least fix these things, right? So for this we have two approaches. First one, either maybe we can select on this selection of maybe this or this, we can have one more call to our service and which will return room types on the basis of these filter criteria only. Or we can have one more approach, that could be if I go to booking.razor. So when I am fetching the list, this room type, yeah, maybe that will have additional things. Okay, let's do it like this only, which I'm saying just. So when we are fetching the room types, where is it? Get room types lookup, we can pass our filter model to this. Filter model. So we'll say filter default value as null. This. Okay, so that means here we will generate our query first. Var query equals this. Then we will check if filter is not null, then we'll apply our filter on this query. And at the very end, we will simply return await query dot to array async like this. And we will remove this thing. We will have these two things here like this. So query will have just right now it will defaultly have this is active flag, and then everything will be here. Now if filter is not null, then we can have the same logic we have here, right? And both of these things are getting applied on the same room types. So what we can do, we can maybe extract this logic out to a separate method, right? So what we can do, we'll say private maybe I queryable room type, and here we'll say maybe apply filters, something like this. And here we can provide iQueryable of room type query. Same thing. Okay. So here what we'll do, we'll simply, let me copy this section here. I'll add it here, which is first I'm getting query, which I already have. So I'll directly apply this. Let's make it Q so that we have these two separate things. So this should be Q dot where, then it should have filter model. So this filter model, then I'm checking this filter model, we're checking for adults, this and that, and then from here we'll simply return our query. Okay. All right, now we can use this at both of these places. So first, for this query, I'll use this. So here I'll say apply filters, context dot room types, and filter model. So that is filter. Just this. And I can use this same thing in here for a second call. So we applied the same filter, same logic. We have simply have this here. We can make it static. All right. Cool. So save everything. Let's maybe stop it. And now the room types look up. Everything looks fine now. All right. Now what we'll do, let's go to our bookings page. And here, whenever we are changing the adults or children, these input selects, at that time we should call a method. And that method should be, here we'll say private async task, let's say reload, uh, or maybe let's say filter room types. We'll do this. Okay. So filter room types. Now in this, what we'll do, first thing, we will generate our filter model, right? So for that, what we can do, instead of creating the object again and again, we can have a private object, private filter model. So filter model like this, it should be nullable. And here, first thing we'll say filter model equals new. If this is, if this was null, we will have default value, and then we are going to set the values here. And from here, what we can do, we can say filter model dot adults equals underscore model dot adults, like this. And same thing for children, we'll say model dot children. Now we have our filter model ready. After this, what we'll do, we'll make the same call to room type lookup. So here we'll say underscore room type equals await. This time we will directly await it. Room service, this thing dot get room types lookup, and this time we'll pass our underscore filter model, like this. So now we should have the updated room types. Now we need to call this method whenever these two drop downs, these two input select are being changed, not this one, this children and adult. Now right now we are directly using bind value, so we cannot use on change. This thing is not going to be triggered. But whenever we need to have our own custom logic, whenever value is changing for this input select, what we can do, we can use different set of parameters which Blazor provides us. So instead of bind value, we will have two things. First is value expression. So this thing provides that from where it should get value for this input select. It should be from model.adults in this case. Okay. Then second thing is changed. So whenever value is getting changed, what method it should call? It will call a method whenever this value is changing. So, and whenever this value is changing, at that time the type of adults is nullable int. So this method should give, so we'll say new adults, something like this, and it should call a method. So that method we can have somewhere here where we'll say private async task, and here we'll say on, maybe on, or handle adults change, something like this. Handle adults change. It will get the label int of new adults value. Okay. Now there is one problem with this approach. We can simply call this method here. Here we'll say handle adults change, and we can provide this new adults value. So this is fine. Now we can remove this bind value like this, and it should work now. It will be of type nullable int. All right. Now it will work, but the only thing is when we go to this approach, this custom approach, this does not automatically set the value to this model adults. It will not automatically set it. If we have used bind value, it does that automatically for us. But right now we set that on value changing, whenever we are changing value of this input select, this drop down, we are not modifying adults, we are just modifying this input select. So at that time when we do this, we need to explicitly modify this value here, where we'll say model dot adults equals this new adults value. Now we have it. And after this, we need to call our filter room types model. So we'll call this await filter room types like this. And we are good here. Or maybe let's do this. Instead of setting these again and again, let's do this. We know we are changing adults here. So, okay, let's do this. Let's have this default value here. We'll not make it nullable. Okay. And here, after doing this, we will set filter model dot adults to this underscore model dot adults like this. And then we'll await it. So we can directly remove this, everything. Or maybe we can directly use this, or let's use this like this only. Then we'll simply copy this method, handle adults change, same thing, we'll call it for handle children change. So here also we are going to have new value for our children selection. So it should be children. This is our new value. So this name is up to you, that this name can be anything. So children equals this children, and we are again good. All right. Now let's do the same thing what we have done for adults with this value expression value changed. We will use the same approach for this model.children. So let's do this as well. So here I will have value expression for children. Then this will be from new value, so new children value, something like this. And this should be handle children change, something like this. All right. So now let's give it a try. It should work now. I'm running it. Okay, where is it? It's here. Let's go to book a room. We are good. And let's, right now we have all. Now I'm selecting adult 1. We still have 4. Adult 2. Now we have 3. Adult 3. Now we don't have any room which supports 3 adults. Let's go back to 2. Now we have 3. If we go to 1 child, we still have 3. If we go to 2 child, we have 2 now. If we go to 3 child, now we don't have any. That means this condition, this logic is working. So now we have everything working here. Next thing, we need to work on this book now functionality. Cool. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back soon. All right. So now let's create a method first. So private async task, and let's say book room async, something like this. Okay. And we'll use this method on our edit form on valid submit, and we'll use this book room async. All right, now in book room async, first thing we need to check if user was already authenticated or not. So if not, is authenticated, we have that flag. So if is authenticated, or maybe let's do the opposite first. If user is not authenticated, then first we'll say register this user as guest, and after that we'll here we'll do like this. And after making the booking, then we will redirect user to Stripe payment page, we could say like this. So these three things we are going to do here. If user is already authenticated, that means this step is already done. Then we can just save the booking and redirect user to make payment on Stripe. Okay, so we'll do this. So for this Stripe payment, how can we implement payment using Stripe in Blazor with .NET 8? I already created a video for this, so I'm going to link that video on my in this video's description, or you can simply go to my channel and you can see that video. So if I go to my channel and if you go to videos, you will see how to integrate Stripe payment with Blazor SSR .NET 8. So you can follow this video. Okay. So we'll do the same thing we have done in this video. We'll implement that in this current video, but I'm not going to explain everything in detail because of course I want you to watch this video. All right. Let's first start on this. So we need to register this user, and for registration we know we can follow our user service which we already have. Maybe we can go to our components and then pages, admin. We have the save staff, right? Here we were creating the user, or maybe in this create user form. In this we were creating the user, uh, register user, right? We can follow this approach. Okay, so let's have this section. I'm copying this. So this is setting all the fields to this user and then calling user service dot create user async, this method. And this create user async, this comes from iUser service, which we already defined. So let's go to our booking page and let's inject iUser service. Let's call it user service. And then let's break it down to separate methods. So here I'll say private async task, or let's say string, so that it returns user ID. Private async task string, and we'll say register user async like this. All right. And let's say return task dot from result some blank thing. This is uh, just for right now. We will simply rotate this. All right, yeah. So here we will call this from here. So register user async wait. Then let's have one more private uh, async task and make booking something like this. And then we will have private async task make booking and then private async task, and here we'll say something like pay now, something like this. All right, so it will be await make booking and then we'll say await pay now like this. Now we will simply provide body to all of these and it is returning user ID. So let's do this. Here we'll have a string user ID. Okay. If this is not authenticated, we will get user ID from this method. If it is authenticated, then we can simply get user ID from our authentication state, which is this. So let's do this. Let's create one more state variable here. So private string underscore user ID. Okay. And let's make it nullable. So here what we'll do in on initialized async, when we are setting is authenticated, at that time we will simply set underscore user ID and this we will get from auth state dot user dot get user ID like this. So now we have underscore user ID. So here if we don't have this, we'll do this and let's do this underscore user ID like this. So we are setting this to underscore user ID. If this is null, then we'll get it from here. All right. Okay. Then we'll pass this user ID to this make booking. Let's pass this to make booking like this string user ID so that we can use this user ID to make that booking. And then we have this pay now. So let's say pay now async. This should be like this because this is going to be an async function. So save everything and now we are good. Now we just need to provide body to all these methods. Okay, let's go to this create user form again and let's copy this section where we are creating the user. We'll come to our booking and here register user async. Here we will simply paste everything. First thing, create user. This is actually our application users instance. So application user, and this will come from new application user. New application user. Then we have all these fields, first name, last name, contact, role, designation, everything. So this we can get from this underscore model. underscore model. Okay, so underscore model, and this role name, this is going to be role type dot guest dot toString, and designation we'll simply leave it. We don't want to set designation. Then we have this, so underscore model dot email, and same thing underscore model dot password. Now we have this. If we have some problem here, so let's have this underscore message somewhere here. We will have this as private nullable string message, or rather call it error message. Error message. So we can set this error message, and then we can simply return, or maybe don't return from here. Okay, let's return null. Now let's make it nullable string, and here we can check if user ID is null, then we will return from here. That means we have some error, so we need to make it nullable here to remove all those things. But if we reach here, we will definitely know that this is not null, so we can use this. Okay, so return null, we are good. If that's not the case, we can simply return. What does this return create user async? This method. So it returns application user. So from here we can simply say return uh, result dot data dot id, which is user id. Okay, so we are good. We will have this registered user, then we need to make our booking. So now we will create our booking service. Okay, so first thing, let's go to our entities and let's check the structure of our booking entity, the booking table. So we have ID, this will be auto generated. Then comes room ID, and now we have something, this room ID. Right now we don't have this room ID, right? Because this will be uh, inserted by our staff or admin, because the guest, they will book room type, not room ID directly, right? So from that room type, the staff or admin will actually allot some room for that. Okay. Okay, let's see what else we have. We have guest ID, which is actually user ID. So this we already have, so we can use this. Then these things we can get whatever values user guest has assigned. These things also fine. Then total amount, and this also we can get. We should show this amount somewhere on the bookings page, right? Yeah, maybe with the uh, with that room type drop down, we should show amount as well. Okay, booked on, this is date time, we can have it. This remarks, this is actually that special request, or maybe we should have one more field. This remarks could be from staff or admin, right? And then we should have booking status, right? That we could say pending, that means guest has booked it but staff did not maybe approved it. Okay, or maybe this booking was cancelled because of any reason. So we should have all these things. So what I'll do in maybe our constants, I'm going to create one more enum, and let's go to this role type. I'll create an enum here, public enum, let's say booking status. Okay, this should be maybe first pending, then approved, or we could say booked, and then maybe cancelled. Save, and let's move it to its own type. And now we can add all these to these bookings, and then we can modify this booking. All right. So first let's add room type ID here. So we'll say prob short room type ID. Then let's make this room ID maybe nullable. All right, then we have guest ID, all these things. Then we will have our that special request. What was the name? Special request, something like that only, right? Booking model, special request. Let's have this. This is from client, from guest, and this remarks, this will be from a staff or admin. Maybe some additional notes related to this particular booking. Maybe they have cancelled it. So what was the reason of cancellation? All this kind of stuff. Okay. And then we will have the current status. So that we can have public. Maybe let's use string for the status. Or maybe let's use status only. So that is booking status. Here we'll say status like this. We will have a default value as pending. I think we are good with this now. All right, save everything and cool. Instead of room for this virtual navigation property, we will have room type ID as well. So we'll have room type. Room type. Here we could say room type. All right, save everything. And now we are good. We have modified this booking entity. So we need to make database migrations for this. So we'll do that. So in PowerShell window, we'll say add migration and modify booking entity, something like this. This name does not matter. We are not going to use this name. So it could be anything, but it's always good to have some self descriptive name. So if we see it, we can see that, okay, this was the change in this migration. Okay, let's check what we have here. Drop foreign key, room ID, because we made it nullable. That's why they are dropping the previous foreign key. Then alter column room ID, and now this is nullable. Old CLR type was type of int only, but now this is nullable. Then we are adding a column room type ID with small int. Nullable is false, that way this is not false, this is not nullable. Then special request, we have added this, and this is an varchar. It should have been varchar only. Okay, then we have add column status, which is int. All right, then they are creating an index, then bunch of foreign keys. So we are good with this. The only change we want is we need to make this special request as Unicode false. Okay, so what we can do, we just made changes in this migration, so we can simply delete this current migration. So for this, what we'll do, We will revert this change from our migration. Then we'll delete these two files. We just it got these got added with this add migration. Now we are good. Now if I'll run the migration again, so we can use the same name because I deleted the previous migration. And now if we see, we will have the same thing but with special request. Now it is varchar. All right. So save it. Now we are good. We made the database changes. Now let's create a new service to manage the bookings. All right. So maybe in public or in direct service. Let's add in direct service only. Oh, let's have it in direct service. So here I'll say booking service. Booking service. All right. So here, first thing, let's have our constructor and let's have our IDB context factory application DB context factory. Let's get it. Now we can start from the creating the booking. So we'll have public async task and hmm, make booking async, something like this. And here we will have our booking model and user ID, which will be of type string. All right. Now from this booking model, let's create our booking entity. So we'll say booking equals new, not this booking, booking entity. Okay, let's fill the values. So this will be booking model dot adults, then booked on. This will be date time dot now. Then we have check-in date. Then we have checkout date. Then we have children. I'll set this. So these default value. This is very bad int, and this is nullable int on this side. This what we say model side. So we can have default value as 0. So booked on, this is fine. Checked in date, it should be from booking model only. So booking model dot check in date. And what is the issue now? Date only. And here we have date time. So let's change these to date only. Booked on, this let it be date time. So these are date only. All right. And we change this type. So now again we need to add migration. So I'll add those migrations, but before that I'm just adding all the properties here. So checkout date, we'll say booking model dot checkout date. Then we have children, which we will get from booking model dot children. Then we have guest ID, which will be this user ID. After that, we will have remarks, which is not going to have any value yet. So then we will have room type ID. After that, we'll have our special request. Then ID, it will be auto-generated remarks. We'll add it. Room is navigation property. Room ID right now it is not added. Then we have room type. Then we have status, which is default. Then total amount. Yes, we need amount as well. So ideally, booking model does not have any status. So let's have the explicit status pending. Then we have total amount, right? So let's have this amount in booking model side, or we can get this value. No, we need to have it value from. Okay, let's add this thing in booking model. We should not have it like this. But what if it was modified in between? Okay, let's have it as a value here only. So here I'll say prop decimal and let's say amount. And okay, let's have it like this only. I'm not going to add any data annotation validation here. So now we have this amount here, dot amount, like this. And now our booking entity is ready to be inserted. All right. So now what we'll do, first we need to have our DB context. So using var context equals context factory dot create DB context. All right. Now in this context we can get bookings and then we can say add async booking and we'll await it. All right. Then we'll simply say await context.save changes async. And now we are good here. Let's wrap everything in try catch block. Here let's return method result of type. This booking, what is the type of ID? This is long. So we'll have long. We'll return the booking ID from here. So long. All right. So if everything was fine, what we'll do from here, we will simply return. We have implicit converters, right? In this method result, we have data and error message. All right. So from here, we are going to return booking.id, which will be added if we reach here. Sorry. If that's not the case, if we got some exception, we will simply return that exception from here, ex.message. All right, so make booking. This method is ready. Let's extract outer interface, add to this current file only, and we'll register this booking service in our program.cs. So here are all our services. So I'll do add transient, I booking service, and I'll add it with booking service. And now we can directly inject this my booking service on our page. But before that, we made changes in booking.cs, this entity, right? So we modified the type, these two value. Should add a migration. So I'll say add migration change check in out date to date only. Let's see, I guess EF core has this date only support with, so date time 2 date type date, this is fine. All right, old type was date time 2 but new type is date only, date, which is fine. All right, okay, let's save everything. And now our booking service is ready. So now we can go to our booking page. So we have component, pages, and booking.razor. Here we can inject our booking service. Booking service. We'll add other methods, but we are just going with the flow. Whatever we need, we are just adding. Let me collapse all of these. Collapse. And we are here. So register user async is done. Then we are in make booking. So we need to call that method here. So for this, what we'll do, we will uh, var result equals await booking service dot make booking async booking model, which is underscore model, and then user ID, which we got as a parameter to this. And this is a single line, right? So we can directly call this here. We don't have any additional logic here, or do we? Okay, let's leave it like this only right now. We'll check. So here we'll say if result dot is success, if this is not true. So we'll do this same thing we have here. So we'll set the error message and then we'll simply return null. If that's not the case, we will return. So it should be nullable long. From this method, make booking async. It should be make booking async. So we will expect booking ID from here. Booking ID like this. If booking ID is null, we will simply return because that means there was some issue. All right. If that's not the case, we will simply return result dot data directly. Result dot data. Yes. What is the issue? Oh, return. Return. All right. Now this is done. Okay, we missed one case. What if this user already exists, right? If I already have an account and I was not logged in and I simply come to this booking page, I fill all my details and then I'm creating the user. Let's see how this create user async is handling this. So if we come here, if we check, and without checking anything, we are actually creating the user directly. So we will get the error, but that is not the correct approach, right? All right, so let's do this. Here, before doing anything, we will check if this email already exists. Okay, so for this, what we can do, maybe we can use our user manager dot users dot, or maybe we can say user manager dot find by email async. We can follow this approach and we have this email. It will return us application user, nullable application user. So here we'll say existing user equals await and this. Then we can simply check if existing user is not null. We need to return from here. Now, what that should be, that return type, what it should look like, because now we have one situation. If we are doing this from register page or from added staff page or add staff page, then we are good. We can simply display that what we'll call it, uh, that error message. But if we are doing this from this booking page, from this thing, we should not display that error message. We should simply use that. Although we should have that email logic, that sending email, but for the normal flow, we should handle this case. So what I'll do here, because we are returning this method result of application user, what we should do, uh, I don't know what I can do. Let's check. We don't have any. Okay. So what I'll do here, I'll simply follow this direct approach. What I'll do from here, I will return, I will return new method result with application user. Its success, I'll call it false. Error message, I'll say email exists already. And then I'll set this data to this existing user. Okay. Now I can use this existing user. Let me rename this. It should be existing user. I can use this data on this page, this current page, this booking page, right? So from this create user async, if this was the case, before checking this, I will check if this result dot data, if this is not null, because in default case it will be null. Yeah, if this is not null, and what it is saying here, it is not null. And then maybe we can add additional check that string dot is null or white space if result dot data dot id, which is user id, this is not null or empty. If that's the case, we are going to return result.data.id, so which is the default return statement. If that's not the case, we will do this, we will display error message and we'll return null. So for this, what we can do, we can do the opposite. If this is null or this result.data.id is null or empty, then only we'll do this. We can merge these two if statements in single, like this. So here we are saying that if its success is false and if its success is false and result.data is null, or this result.data.id is null or empty, then only display this error message. If that's not the case, that means if it was true or false does not matter. In this case it was false, but it will fail for these two things. So we are simply returning result.data.id. Although this is not correct from that point of view, what if I have added someone else's email id and that email id already exists? It will simply make booking for that. But because we are doing so much in this video, it is a lot in this video, and I'm kind of tired now, you could say, because we already reached, I guess, around 16 hours of recording till now. So right now I will maybe skip some of the things, but I will explain and I will make this clear. If you are using this application for some real world scenario, then you might want to add that condition as well. All right, let's continue. So now it will handle that case. Now let's go to those two previous cases, right? Or maybe we are already handling those. Create user racing, let's verify that. So we'll go to create user form. From there we are okay, we are already displaying the error message, which will be that this email already exists, something like that. So we are good with this. All right, okay. So we registered the user, we made the booking. Now we are approaching at pay now, I think. Okay, but before this, for pay now we need to have amount, but right now we don't have that amount. So what we'll do, when we are getting this lookup model for this room types, at this point of time we will get the price as well. Okay, so now this lookup model, let's create one more version of this, which will have, let's say, t additional data, and we can have some additional data as well. Although we are using this on here only, but we might use it at some other place, so we can use this one. So let's go to our booking service or room service. Room service, where is it? Rooms service, from where we are returning this get room types model. So after this we will return, where is it, from room type we should have that price. We will return this price as well. So this is of type decimal, so the return type is going to be lookup model with short as key and decimal as price. So decimal, like this. And let's check our method, it is here. So here we'll say decimal, and it will have one more parameter which will be rt dot price. All right, and it should be decimal. Save everything, go to booking, uh, booking.razor, and let's change the type to short and decimal. That's the only change we need to make. Now we can display this price with the drop down. So where is the drop down? The room type selection, it is here. So here we could display the price as well. So here we'll say RT dot, not RT, it's room type dot additional data. Okay, now we should display the total amount somewhere that will be driven from check-in and check-out date. Okay, so what we'll do, we will have uh, in booking model we have that, right? In booking model we have this decimal amount. So let's do this, let's make it computed, and computation it will be, how it should be. Can we? No, we can't. So here, let's do this. Let's create the property here. So I'll say private decimal amount, and it will be a computed property. And this we will get from this underscore model dot, and again we have a situation. Okay, let's do what I'm saying. So checkout date minus underscore model dot check-in date. Okay, dot, what is this? Dot, we should have total days. Date only cannot apply, operator minus cannot be applied to operands of type date only and date only. What? Okay, to date time. Let's do this. To date time. Now what's the issue? No overload method takes 0. Time only. Time only. Uh, does this time only have some? Hmm. Okay, let's do this then. Can we have some date time dot from, or maybe I have never used date only and time only, so let's try how to convert all of that using that time only stuff. uh, Convert date only to date time, or maybe let's check uh, how to find diff of to date only session. Difference in between two date only structs. For date time it works like this, for date only it will not work. Possible workaround this thing, but it is saying, okay, I'm guessing the reason there is no implementation of the subtraction operator of the type is because there is no date span type, and that so we can get day number. What you can do is just to subtract that day number from each other. Day number. Okay. Looks like I need to play around with these date only and time only types. So check in date dot day number. Now we will, day number will be an integer. Integer, we have integer, and now from this integer we need to have our a price, right? The charges per night on the basis of that room type, underscore room type. So what we can do, we can maybe have private decimal. We can have multiple approaches. Right now what comes to my mind, we can have private decimal underscore maybe price, something like this, with a default value, let's say maybe 0, which is default, and we can set this, we should set this whenever we are changing room type ID. My God, I need to think. The thing is, this price, actually this is changing whenever we change this room type drop down, right? So yeah, we can have multiple approaches. So one approach, maybe we can have this underscore price, uh, okay, let's do this. Let's follow the similar approach we are following for adults and children drop down change. So what I'll do, I'll have one helper method here, private void, and let's say handle room type change. It will get the new room type ID like this. And this new room type ID, first thing we will set it to room type ID, models room type ID. So new room type ID, and then we will set this underscore price. So how we can set this? We know this price we can get from this underscore room types lookup model list. Okay. So what we'll do, we will check. Uh, we will do this var rt for room type underscore room types dot first or default rt, or maybe let's call it room type rt dot id equals this new room type id. Now we will check if this room type is not null, or maybe we can directly set underscore price to this room type, and we'll add question mark dot because it could be null. If we have not selected any room type, it will be 0. This first dot default will return null because there is no room type with id 0. So we will have this question mark dot additional data. If that's not the case, we'll set it to 0 like this. Now what is the issue here? The issue is lookup model. It will return lookup model, so it will return default value, which is not going to be null. How come? So what we can do in this lookup model, we can have one helper method. So we'll say public bool is empty. For this we can check if id is equal maybe default. And here again we have some issue tid because it is of type of parameter that is not known to be a reference type, or the problem is it could be maybe string. Okay, if that's the case, we can maybe check with this name. So we can check if string dot is null or white space name, then we'll consider it as is empty. Okay. So what we can do here, we can check if room type dot is empty. But why am I doing this? Yeah, for decimal default value is 0. So we can directly access this room type dot additional data. Now what's the issue? No issue at all. Yeah, if it is default, it will get the default value which is 0. If this is not null, it has that room type, then it will have the correct value. So it should work now. Alright, so let's modify this input select. Right now it has this bind value. We will remove this bind value with our value expression using this model dot room type id and value changed event, which will be short id equals handle room type change, and we can pass this id, and then we can remove this bind value. All right, look fine. Now there is one more thing, that is it will work only when we change that drop down list. But on this page we have one functionality, using that we can have the room type id already selected. So we have that in on initialized async method right here. So we need to have the same logic here as well. So what we can do, we can simply call our handle room type change method directly here. Okay. And we can pass this room type ID like this. And now we are good. All right. So now we know we have this underscore price. Now we can directly multiply this to underscore price. Now this is amount, or let's call it total amount. We can use this to display the total amount on the basis of check-in date and checkout date. Right now we don't have any validation for this. We should have that validation as well. That is the range validation, which is checkout date cannot be less than check-in date, right? Okay, so uh, book now. Before book now, let's have one div with same class called 12. Here what we'll do, we'll have, let's say, p block. In that I'm going to have a strong tag, which is, I'll say, total amount, and here we could display our total amount. I guess we are good now. We can display this total amount. Here we'll say to string and we'll change this to currency. Let's run it. Let's see if this thing is working. And now we have some exception in database migration. It is saying bookings, room type ID on table bookings may cause cycles or multiple cascade paths. Specify on delete no action or on update no action, or modify other foreign key constraints. Could not create constraint or index see previous errors. All right. So this was on bookings, room type ID. Bookings, room type ID. So okay, let's fix this. And how can we fix this? We can go to our context, application DB context, and we will follow a similar approach we have for other things. So here we'll say builder.entity booking. This has one, and this one is uh, b.room type, which has many or with many. One room type ID can have multiple bookings. Then we can specify on delete, and delete behavior will say action. All right, save everything. Let's add one more migration. Add migration booking room type delete no action, add hyphen migration. I misspelled it to add underscore migration. So let's have add migration. Okay. All right, we have it. It dropped the foreign key and it added it. Without anything. Okay. In drop here we can see this referential action dot cascade. It was earlier one. Now it does not have that. All right. Now let's try to run it. and it is same. That means the problem is with the previous migration. So if you remember, we already faced this issue. So what we'll do, we'll follow the same approach. We'll say remove migration. You don't have to do this. It will work automatically because after this we will have only the valid migrations. Remove migration. Remove migration. I will simply remove all the migrations and then we'll simply add one which will have all those. Alright, here we have error, so that means now we can say add migration, let's say maybe multiple migration, something like this. Now we have a lot of changes we have done after our database updation, the last database update. So in this, we are modifying, altering the column room ID, we are making it nullable. Then we changed check-in date, checkout date. Then we added room type ID and we added special request. We added status and that's all what we did. All right. So now let's try to run it. It should work this time. All right, it worked. Okay, so let's go to book a room. Here we are, total amount right now it is 0. If we select, it is for 1200. So these prices are just dummy. So we can simply check it. So it is 500. Right now the dates are selected. Let's uh, increase the date range. So let's say I made it 2. Now it is 1000. That means because we have 2 days. If I increase it, this value will be increased. So these values are in sync. So we are good. That means. Alright, this functionality is also working now. And if we modify this, it is in sync. So all these things are working. We can have this price now, which we can uh, send to our booking service first. So we'll go to booking.razor and here before, where is it? Before making the booking, book room async, register user, make booking. Here what we'll do, we'll simply say model dot total amount, or what is the name, amount. This should be equals total amount. And then we'll simply save it. Okay. Alright, in this method, we must be using the total amount, yes, we have it. Alright, so now we have our amount logic ready. Now first let me do this. Where is our booking.razor page? Okay, I'll pin it and I'll close all other tabs. So now we can work on this pay now async. We will integrate Stripe payment for this. All right. For Stripe, let's go to stripe.com. We need to have one NuGet package. And then I have already created a video in which I explained, I showed you how can we integrate Stripe payments in our Blazor web app. So in that video, I talked about it in detail. You can check that video out on my YouTube channel. I'll link that video in the description so you can check that out. So if you go to videos, you will see that how to integrate Stripe payment with Blazor SSR.NET 8. So in this, I have explained everything in detail. So in this current video, which we are working in here, I'm not going to go in that deep. Okay, if you want to learn about it in detail, you can follow that video. So in this, we'll simply uh, go fast. So first thing, you need to create an account on stripe.com. So you can sign in. I'm going to sign in with my credentials. By default, it will be in test mode and we are going to use test mode only. Yeah, let dashboard be open. All right. Now, until the dashboard is open, we need one NuGet package for this. So I'll go to manage NuGet packages and that package is going to be stripe.net. This one. This first one, we can install it. Latest version is this 43.8. Install. And this open. Here we can go to API key for developers because we will need API keys. It's taking a lot of time installing stripe.net. I don't know if it is related to my internet speed or something else. Let's wait for it. Looks like it's network speed related issue. I don't know. Okay, so looks like it is installed. Stripe.net is installed. Now, in this, we are going to use just one Stripe account. So we can actually set our API key on the global level. Okay. So what I'll do in here, maybe at the very beginning, we can do this here as only. So what we'll do here, we will have access to Stripe configuration, this static class, and here we will have one API key. Okay, we can set this API key here, which will be at global level. Okay, now we can get this API key from maybe from our configuration. So let's go to our app settings, maybe in development. I'm going to create Stripe API key and I'm going to add that key here. Save, come here, and here we can simply say builder dot configuration dot, let's say get value. It will be string and it will be Stripe API key. Now it will be automatically available for all the Stripe related calls. We don't need to use it. Stripe will automatically use it. Okay. Now if you have multiple uh, Stripe API keys, you have multiple Stripe accounts. So for that, we need to do a bit different things. So for those things, you can check out the dedicated Stripe payment video. All right, this name is right, right? Yes. All right. So save everything. This key, we can get this key from the same dashboard. From here, we can get this key. So I'll copy it. So copied this key, this token, this is that key. So let's go here and we can use this. I'm going to revoke this key, so you won't be able to use this key. You need to get your own key. I'm saving it. Now it will be ready. Now what we can do, we can create a separate service for Stripe payment. Okay, so I'll go to services. I'm going to create a new class and let's call it payment service, something like this. So we'll say payment service. Okay, and in here I am going to create a method public async task, let's say make payment, something like this. Or should we do this? Yes, we should. So for this, what we will get from this bookings page, we will have access to, we need to have access to the user, at least user ID, and booking details. So what booking details? We can maybe pass this entire booking model. In this booking model, do we have first name, last name, email, contact? We have all these things. Okay, so what we can do, we'll do this. So we'll get this booking model, okay, and we will get user ID explicitly. Maybe we need to use it. Right now, I don't know what I will need, but let's use this. If we'll need to remove it, we'll remove it. But right now, let's be here with me. So after that, we have register user async, make booking, pay now async. So in pay now async, okay, first let's try to make the payment. Then we'll see what uh, additional data we need. So when we work with Stripe, there are sessions for all the things. So we will have a session service. We need to create a checkout session. Okay. Here we will say new session service and this should come from stripe.checkout. Okay. The session service comes from billing portal, session service comes from financial corrections as well, right? But we need this checkout because we are making a checkout functionality here. So this session service, okay, it will automatically get that key which we set in program.cs because this type configuration API key, this is actually a static property in this static class. So it will be same, it can access it directly. Okay, after this session service, we can create a session, which is actually checkout session. So for this, we can say session service dot create async. Okay, it needs session create options. First, we need to make it await. So it needs a session create options. So we will create these options here. So let's create these. Was session create options. It should be new session create options from stripe.checkout only. Okay. Now the constructor is fine, but it will have bunch of properties which we need to set. So first thing, we need to set the mode. We are using one of these payment, setup or subscription. Right now we are just using one-time payment which guest is making to book that room. So we will use mode as payment. Then we don't need all of these properties. We are concerned about these line items, which is actually products for this payment. And in our case, this is the room, that booking. Okay, so we need to create these line items. We'll create this, but before that, let's see, we have written URL, we have success URL, and we will have cancel URL. So success URL, this is the URL. So after making the successful payment, when it comes back, so on which page it should come back, right? So here, what we should do, we should create a new page. In our pages, I am going to create a new Razor page, this Razor component, and let's say uh, booking success, this page. And for this, we will have page directive, okay? And here we can say booking success, something like this. Now we need to, okay, first let's say success URL. So here we can directly say slash and then what was that? Booking success. Booking success. Now the problem is when we say slash, so how it is going to work, it will actually go to Stripe's website and from there it will come to the success URL. If we directly say this slash booking success, it will consider this as a URL on Stripe's website, but that is not the case. We need this to come to our uh, what we say, on our application, right? On our this blazing blog, blazing hotel, this hotel booking Blazor application. So we need to provide the complete URL, not the relative URL. We need absolute URL, complete URL. Okay, so for this we need to check what domain we are right now. So for that, what we'll do, we will first get a domain which we can get from navigation manager. Now the problem is, although we can inject navigation manager, but because this is a service, it does not make sense to inject navigation manager. So what we can do, we can maybe expect a parameter from user for this current domain, okay, which we will get from navigation manager when we are calling. Then we can use this domain here. So here I'll use this domain. Okay, now we will have one cancel URL as well. So what if user cancels? And if user cancels, then we need to have some cancellation related logic as well. Here we'll say cancel, or let's say booking cancel, something like this. Okay. So session create options, we are good. Now after this, we need to get the line item. We need to generate line items. So for this, while we'll say line items, which will be one line item here basically, and that will be new session line item options from stripe.checkout. Okay, and in this we can provide multiple things, all these things basically. So we will have quantity which will be 1, okay, which is this what we'll call it, the quantity of items. So one room basically, what we are saying here, quantity 1. And then we can have price and price data. So in price data, we can add multiple details. So we will use price data. We will not use price. We will just use price data. So this is of type new session line item, price data options. Yes, this one. Okay. Now in here, we can add bunch of details. First thing is currency. In my case, I am from India. For me, this is INR. Okay. Then comes all these things: product data, recurring tax behavior, unit amount, decimal. So what we can do, unit amount decimal. If you check, this is same as unit amount but accepts, what is the time of unit amount? This is long. In our case, this is decimal. So same as unit amount but accepts a decimal value in cents or local equivalent. In INR for Indian rupees, that equivalent is paisa. That is paisa. So which is 100 paisa is 1 INR is 1 rupee actually. So what we need to do, we need to set unit amount decimal. That should be the unit price, and then what we can say, or maybe let's add the complete total amount, so that we can get from model dot amount. And because we need to make it in cents or local equivalent, so we'll multiply it by 100 to change it to paisa. So here I'll say 100 paisa is equals to 1 INR, which is 1 rupee actually. Okay, after that we can set the product details. In this case, that means our room details. So for that we have product and product data. Okay, so product we can use, this is ID. This is for that ID which we can create product on Stripe side, but we are not using that, so we will use just product data to provide explicit information. So this product data, it is of type session line item price data product data options. This is a huge name, but this is what this is. Now it has this bunch of information. So we have name, we have metadata, we have images, we have description. So for this, we can use name. We are not having images, although we can use image from room type, and then we have description. So let's do this. We can use name, which will be room type name, which we don't have at the moment, but we should have it. Room name. And then we have description, right? So here we can add any string. So maybe we can display something on long form, maybe uh, booking room, something we can provide the room name here, which we will say room type name, room for how many days. So I don't know, maybe let's say 3 days. Then we can provide price, so at maybe uh, pays 500 per night, something like this. I don't know how I should phrase it, but something like this. So we will get all these things from the caller. To save everything, and then we can use these line items to this session create options here. So we can use line items equals this line items like this. What is the issue here? Line items is not null here. System 2, yeah, this should be a list. Yes, line items. So this should be a list. So here we could simply use array, and then we can say, what is the issue now? There is no target type. Okay, so we can use this, and then we can say line items dot to list like this. What is it saying? Okay, yeah, this is also fine. So, okay, if that's the case, we can simply remove this and we can say simple line item because I only have single line item. So here instead of this, I will simply say line item like this. Cool. Now we have our session create options ready, which we can add here to session create options. Now it is ready to be used. Now how it works, this session will have one URL property. Okay, this is the Stripe's URL to which we should redirect now to complete the booking. Right now, doing all of this, we were simply setting the metadata for our payment. We will have this and we will return this from here session.url. So let's change this return type to string, or here we could rename this generate payment URL, something like this. Now it makes sense. All right. Now for this booking success, we need to know that which booking success is this. That means this booking success, this page is same. If I'm making two bookings or three bookings, or you are also making booking. So if we come to this page, this booking success page, which is this page, how would we know that for which booking we are doing all of this stuff? Okay. So the point here is we need to have some additional information. Okay. So that additional information we can get as payment service. From this booking success, it gives us some additional details, which is first thing is session ID. It gives us one session ID which will have all the payment details, if payment was successful and what all other details were related to that payment. Okay, so for this we can provide one placeholder and it needs to be in this curly braces only. So what we can do, maybe we can remove this, we can have this domain here, we can remove this domain from here, and then we can have these curly braces. This is the uh, format which Stripe expects. So this is a predefined checkout session ID, this placeholder. We can use this. It will be filled by Stripe with the correct session ID. Okay, like this. Then we can access this session ID on our this booking success page. So what we'll do here, we will simply have a prop string string. Here we will say checkout session ID and we need to get it from, we'll say supply parameter from query, and the name of the query is what we just set here, that is the session hyphen ID. Session hyphen ID. Now we have this checkout session here, and on the basis of this checkout session we can get the payments information. Payment service. All right, we are here. So we have done a lot of things. First thing, let's make this thing completely dynamic. So we need room type name and we might need additional information. So number of days and unit price. Okay, these things and this amount. We need these four information. So we have two approaches. Either we can have these as multiple parameters, or we can create one more type in our models. Here maybe in public only we can create a new class, let's say payment model, something like this. Let's make it record And first we need amount, or maybe before that we need room type name. So string room type name. Then we need total amount, which will be of type decimal. So decimal total amount. Then we need number of days and per night price. Okay, so after room type name, let's use int number of days. Then we will have decimal, let's say price, decimal price, and then total amount. This we can generate here as well if we want. So we'll use this. Let's clean this up and let's use this payment model in our payment service. So instead of doing this, we will do this payment model. Okay. Now this is the total amount. So we can generate this. How we can generate this? Here we'll say what total amount equals, we could say model dot number of days multiplied by model dot price. So we will have this total amount which we can use here. Then we will have room type name. So that we can have model dot room type name. Then let's make it model dot room type name. Then room for 3 days. So here we will have model dot number of days. Then this price, here we will use model dot price dot toString, and this should be formatted as currency, and we can use this simplify interpolation like this colon C. And I think we are good now. Let's try it out. Before that, let's generate abstract interface for this. So add to current file. We'll do other things later, but right now I just want to check this, if this type integration, all this thing is working. So I payment service, let's register this payment service in our program.cs. We'll go to our registration. Here we'll say add transient I payment service, save, and we'll go to booking.razor. We'll inject our payment service. So inject I payment service, we'll call it payment service only. Then for this pay now async, here we will say what first we need to have the domain which we can get from navigation manager. So do we have navigation manager injected already? No, we don't. Let's inject navigation manager. Inject navigation manager. Let's call it navigation manager only. Then first thing we will get domain name. So what domain equals navigation manager dot base URI, which is our domain with port, and we can say trim and with slash. All right. Then we will have, let's say payment URL equals await payment service dot generate payment URL. We need payment model. So here we'll generate our payment model equals new payment model. It needs room type name, which we can get. Here we'll say room type name equals, we can get it from our room types dot first room type, which is rt dot id equals underscore model dot room type id dot name, or what was that name, was that right name. Now we have this room type name here. So from payment model we will say room type name. Then we have number of days, which we can get from here. So let's create one more computed property. So private int number of days, and we will get this thing in here, number of days. Then we can use this number of days here as well, number of days, and then we'll use that number of days directly here. All right, then comes decimal price, which we know we have underscore price. So we have our payment model ready, so we'll pass our payment model. Then comes second thing, which is user ID, which we can use underscore user ID. Then comes domain, which we already have. Okay, then now we will have this payment URL. Now we can easily navigate to this URL. So we will use our navigation manager dot navigate to, and we'll use this payment URL. I think everything is fine now. It should work. Theoretically, it should work. There is no problem, but let's try it out. So I'm going to run it. It came, book a room. Let's book for some user, maybe for me only. Abhay, Prince, email abhay@abhay.com, contact number, some random contact number, password 123, 123 456, 123 456, and it will fail because we need a stronger password. So let's say @a123 456, @a123 456. Okay, dates, let it be this junior suite, special request, no special request. Let's make it 2 days, and let's hit book now. And it did not do anything, or it did. Oh, it did. Okay, all right. I thought I missed this call. Okay, we have this. It is right now creating user. We have some error. What is the error? Continue. And I'm not displaying that error anywhere. Okay, let's try it out again. Okay, we have error. We'll go to this. Password requires lowercase as well. Okay, so let's continue. I'll fix that, but right now, @a, then let's say small a. So capital A, lowercase a. Then book now. Now we are here. It should create the user just fine. Yes. Add the role to guest. All right. Now we have this user with this ID. We came here, result.data.id. We have this user ID ready. Then we are making this booking, and I hope this works fine. Yes, it worked. We have this result. We have is success true, data 1, that is booking ID 1. After that, we are going to pay now async. And we have all these things ready. Domain is this, localhost, room type name is junior suite, payment model, it has all these things. Now if we go to this service, total amount, fine, and we have some errors. Oh my god, what is it? It is saying something which I cannot see right now, so let's try in our console if we can find that here. It says this API call cannot be made with a publishable API key. Please use a secret API key. Oh, I'm using the wrong key. Okay. So from the dashboard, this dashboard, we need to use this reveal test key, this secret key. So this thing, I'll copy this and then I'll use this key. Let's go to program and not program, let's go to app settings and we can use that key. Save everything. We need to rerun. Okay, let's rerun. Should come. Okay, book a room. Let's log in with that account, not this one. What was that? Abhay at abhay.com, right? Then at the rate, uppercase A, lowercase a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was it, right? Yes. Yes. All right, book a room. Now we have this. So first, let's make it 2 days, 2 adult, 2 children, junior suite, no request, book now, and it came to Stripe. You see, we can see all the details. So if you see, this is the room type name, junior suite. This is actually product name which we set, room type name. Then we have this price, total price. Then we have this description which we added, booking a junior suite room for 2 days at this price per night. So we have all the details. Let me zoom it if you want to see it. So this is all the details, right? Then this cancel URL, that is this. If we press this back, you can see this will go to booking cancel, but that is not what we are going to do. So here, pay with card, we can have any some random email. Then this card information, we need to use the test card information. So 42424244. Then this expiry date, so it should be anything in future. CVC, it could be anything. Placeholder name, it could be anything. Country India. Now if I paid, after making that payment, it should go back to our booking success page. Booking confirmed, and it came to booking success page. And if you closely observe the URL, we have booking success and then session-id, and then we have the session ID. And now on the basis of this session ID, we are going to get the session details, and we need to have the details of this booking. So that means we are missing this, right? If the payment was successful or not, that also we need to uh, consider. That also we need to create some table in our database so that we can check that payment is initiated or payment is completed or declined, all that payment related stuff. We should have that. So right now at least Stripe payment flow is working. Now we don't need to do anything from this side. We just need to fix our own things. I guess on this page, booking.razor page also we are good. Okay. All right. So now next thing we will work on before making this pay now is sync or this thing, or maybe when we are making this booking at this point of time only we will, or maybe when we are going to pay now is sync, then we will generate some record in database which will say that payment is initiating now, and after coming back from there on this booking success page, we will simply modify that record that now payment is done. Okay, that thing we are going to do next.